No solamente ayudarles en tener un par de zapatos, muchas personas no lo tienen, en tener un suéter, en tener una bolsa, en tener una distracción más que todo. Nuestros abuelitos, abuelitas han estado solos por tanto tiempo y creo que es importante que sepan que son parte de la comunidad como cualquier otra persona.
Oh, lo más importante por convivir y con todo lo que nos están regalando.
I want the community to know that we're here for medical services, we're here for social services, we're here as part of the community. We want them to know that anything they need, they can count on us.
Councilmember Curran Price pays tribute to the lives lost in District 9. Mayor Garcetti launches the LA Optimized initiative, and Metrolink focuses on track safety. These stories up next on City Beat.
Councilmember Curran Price honored the memories of 1,000 lives that were lost in his district due to COVID-19 with a Hope and Healing virtual event, one in Vermont Square Park and the other in South Park. Each memorial program was a time to reflect and celebrate life, featuring music, inspiring dance performances, and powerful words of optimism from community members and Councilmember Price.
This pandemic has been Team Price's #1 priority. We immediately hit the ground running, putting a plan into place that addressed the most critical needs of our community.
With a sea of white flags as a solemn reminder of how hard CD9 was hit by the pandemic, Councilmember Price also utilized this moment to offer even more encouragement to his district with the announcement of a $6 million pilot program that will aid single parents for an entire year in the new ninth. To watch the virtual memorial events, visit thenewninth.com. Mayor Garcetti has big plans for Olvera Street. As part of the LA Optimized initiative, the mayor recently announced DiscoverOlveraStreet.com, where small businesses will have access to marketing tools, website assistance, and other resources to help digitize their trade.
Putting them online, helping small businesses in this corridor unlock everything that can come from the digital marketplace.
Olvera Street is one of the most popular tourist destinations in Los Angeles. LA Optimized will offer much-needed support to the local shops, vendors, and restaurants to avert fees, red tape, and other logistical hurdles.
Here in Olvera Street, just 3 of 70 businesses had an online presence before the pandemic. So we're stepping in to help, launching the LA Optimized initiative to make sure that we can walk these businesses through whatever it takes, not only help them survive, but just like this city, to thrive.
For more information, check out DiscoverOlveraStreet.com. Metrolink has pledged to take all necessary steps to ensure riders and employees are safe. Serving 6 Southern California counties with 65 stations, Metrolink was recently awarded a $59,000 federal grant. This will fund a campaign aimed at deterring people from committing suicide on its train tracks. The grant is from the Federal Railroad Administration, who will offer support for Metrolink staff members with training, education, and public engagement campaigns. Metrolink is eager to keep riders and the community safe within the vicinity of their tracks. For more information, visit MetrolinkTrains.com.
When a tragic event like the COVID-19 pandemic befalls the world, some will focus on the problem and some will focus on the solution. And unfortunately, there will be those that need to assign blame. The Asian American community is no stranger to suffering their share of hate crimes. However, these days, it seems to be far more than their fair share. Councilmember John Lee of District 12 talked to Maria Hallbrown about the price of suffering in silence and why the AAPI community won't pay it anymore.
In U.S. largest cities, hate crimes in 2020 actually decreased by 6%. But in direct contrast, anti-Asian hate crimes increased by over 145%.
These types of hate crimes have been happening for a long time now. But now we're seeing these incredibly egregious attacks on people who are the elderly in the Asian American community that are the most vulnerable part of our community is being attacked for no reason. One of the, if you can call them positive things about what's happening right now, the Asian communities coming together right now not as different communities, but as one. People who are in power, if you want to make changes to that systemic, issues, the importance of showing up at that ballot, casting your vote, so that people who were in power understood that they needed to listen. What is a hate crime? When do they report something? Why that is so important that you don't just let this incident go by.
I always thought myself, if you weren't physically hurt, then you really don't have anything to report. And now we're trying to get the word out that you need to report every incident. It may just be that you're standing in line and being yelled racist remarks. This needs to be reported.
For us to understand what's going on and to best combat this, we need to hear from them. It's very important that we, as people, not be bystanders to incidents that are happening around us. You have to speak up.
City planning is not just about building houses or developing infrastructure support. We also need to consider the effects of urban development on the wildlife of Los Angeles. Well, Councilmember Paul Koretz and the Department of City Planning are taking extra steps to ensure that the city grows in concert with the existing wildlife. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Councilmember Paul Koretz, and I'm very excited to be here in the hills over Mulholland to announce the first draft coming out of our wildlife ordinance.
The Wildlife Ordinance is a set of development regulations to balance the needs of wildlife and the preservation of wildlife habitats with development in the hillsides that have important habitat for plant and animal species.
Ensuring that development occurs in a more sustainable manner, the city can also help to address and manage a lot of other essential goals related to wildfire safety, watershed health, biodiversity, and general climate resiliency, all of which make sure that Los Angeles is a much more livable place for everyone.
So this is a win-win-win in every possible way.
The Wildlife Ordinance will affect residents and property owners and developers in the Wildlife Pilot Study area, which is in the Santa Monica Mountains between the 405 freeway in the west and the 101 freeway in the east, and roughly Sunset Boulevard to the south and Ventura Boulevard to the north.
This is critical because it will help us protect our wildlife, especially our most endangered species that are up here in the Santa Monica Mountains.
People can learn more about the ordinance by visiting our project website at planning.lacity.org/wildlife, or by emailing us for more information at ourla2040@lacity.org.
This is truly exciting. We are going to save our wildlife, and it's so exciting for us to be able to declare that here today.
There's a pilot program happening at South Park Recreation Center that's all about empowerment and providing a safe space for the young girls of Los Angeles. Pretty in Pink started out with 8 girls and has blossomed to over 300. And the program just keeps on growing. Check it out.
Pretty in Pink is an all-girl empowerment program where we provide activities, we provide resources and empowerment and encouragement to girls. We've been able to provide activities such as anxiety workshops. We've been able to provide anti-bullying sessions. We talked about anti-vaping. So we always want to give the girls that outlet and a safe environment amongst other women where they can talk about issues that affect them in their environments, in their worlds.
En lo personal, a mí me satisface mi alma, por decir, mi corazón, el poder ayudar a diferentes niñas, sentirse bien, sentirse que tienen apoyo, no normalmente en su casa, apoyo en nosotros, en el parque.
We chose to do it here at South Park because it started at South Park. Started off as a rec assistant. We only had about 8 or 10 girls that was doing it. This program has blossomed. We have reached over 300 girls in the program, and so we just really take a passion and pride in being able to provide these resources to young girls. The name came about because during Valentine's Day, the girls wanted to do something, and so we started talking, okay, well, let's have a Valentine's Day party, but let's add a little more substance to Pretty in Pink. And so some of the topics that we would have were hygiene, because if you feel good about yourself, then you present well.
We want to be able to make sure that they are exposed to different activities, sports, topics that they may not know all the information, but it's more the support. We want them to feel comfortable enough to talk about issues that they have and to know that there's people and resources here that believe in them.
We've been one of those programs where I wish I had it as a young girl, to have a mentor outside of my immediate family. The park becomes family to us, so we've been able to provide that atmosphere for the girls.
Attention, LA gardeners. Tired of watering your lawn or plants adding to your water bill? Well, the Los Angeles Sanitation Department has a solution for residents lucky enough to take advantage.
My name's Aura Garcia, and I serve as the Vice President for the Board of Public Works. We've held over 8 events throughout the entire city, giving out more than 600 rain barrels.
We've been doing it for more than 20, 30 years on our own little barrels. So now that it's free, you conserve, you water your plants for free.
Oh, a rain barrel can cost you at Home Depot or at Lowe's between $60 to $100. The Department of Water and Power gives out rain barrel rebates as well.
You're getting a rain barrel and you're putting it in an area where it's like the overfill from the roof is coming down. The barrel fills up with water, and then you're literally getting a watering can, and you're taking that water and putting it on the plant material.
Cuando tú capturas el agua que viene de la lluvia, tú puedes reciclar esa agua y regresar y regar tu jardín con esta agua sin tener que usar el agua que tú pagas. Entonces nosotros lo que estamos haciendo es tratando de que la comunidad ahorre un poco de dinero por reciclando agua y nosotros lo hacemos, regalamos estos, todos esos barriles son completamente gratis.
I got free tomatoes and free strawberries today. How cool is that? I mean, a rain barrel and free vegetables and fruit, as well as some seeds. So my kids and I are going to have a fun time planting all this stuff.
See if you recognize this quote. One of my secret instructions to myself as a poet is, whatever you do, don't be boring. Did you guess that one? It was from Anne Sexton. And in our feature story this week, we learned the philosophy of LA City's newest poet laureate, Lynn Thompson. Maria Hall Brown reports.
2, 1. With you, I will run with you.
As an oral art form, it actually predates the written word, poetry. But keeping poetry alive and celebrating it in these modern times, I'm delighted to be joined today by the Los Angeles Poet Laureate, Lynn Thompson. So great to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Everybody comes to poetry. It may not feel like a natural language, but if you listen to kids, they're rhyming, they're making up little verses as they play their games. Language is something to play with. It's trying to name the unnameable. It's trying to capture something that we all suspect we know, but we haven't found the language for. How do we put the language around that?
In my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life.
Now there's, hopefully, I think we're dealing with a renaissance for the appreciation of poetry.
This young woman named Amanda Gorman came along, and what she has done for poetry, her poise and just the power of her delivery at the inauguration, I think has upped the stakes even more, because everyone, of course, is saying, who is that young woman? How fabulous. If you decide you want to be a farmer today, and 10 years from today you say, I really should have gone to Wall Street in the first place, or vice versa, you can do that. I do feel vindicated for people who think, how do you even get there? You figure it out, what works for you, to get you to your best creative self. It won't be easy necessarily, it certainly won't be a straight path, but you can do it. But you have to be committed to it. And my goal will be to highlight the poets of all ages and all accomplishments in this city.
To the very end, all because I am a friend.
Take in the Your Author series featuring Cosby Cabrera. Treat yourself to Fijian contemporary dance by Vu, and clear your calendar for doggy dialogue for dog families and fosters. All this and more on Things to Do.
Join the Los Angeles Public Library for the latest installment of their Your Author series. Author and illustrator Cosby Cabrera will introduce young readers to her award-winning book, Me and Mama. As the recipient of the 2021 Caldecott Honor, Me and Mama celebrates the relationship between a mother and her daughter. Cabrera's multimedia work as an illustrator, author, and doll maker has garnered worldwide critical acclaim. This free virtual series takes place on Friday, May 7th at 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/events. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art is pleased to announce the online premiere of the Fijian dance troupe Vu. As part of the exhibition, Fiji, Art and Life in the Pacific, Vu will offer a free virtual performance on LACMA's YouTube channel. Vu is a newly commissioned contemporary ensemble. They deliver the power of storytelling, sharing the stories of their island paradise through music and dance. Vu is known as Fiji's most versatile and internationally renowned performance dance company. They have performed hundreds of shows worldwide to raise cultural awareness. If you're ready to discover Vu, their free performance will be available on May 7th by visiting youtube.com/LACMAvideo. LA Animal Services wants you to learn the language of dogs so you can get the discipline results you need. On Saturday, May 8th at 10 a.m., Doggy Dialogue for Dog Families and Fosters will help train you to communicate with man's best friend. Owners and foster parents will have the opportunity to gain a better understanding of trusted training techniques that will benefit the relationship with your pets. The free virtual class with LA Animal Services staff and volunteers goes beyond simple commands and treats. Register and find out more about Doggy Dialogue at laanimalservices.com. Ready to take a virtual tour of an architectural masterpiece? If so, the first and third Friday of every month, you can take a free virtual tour of Frank Lloyd Wright's Hollyhock House. Built between 1919 and 1921, Hollyhock House was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2019. Led by expert docents, each tour will create an immersive and inclusive experience for visitors of all abilities. Streaming live on Facebook for 20 minutes, you'll have a chance to ask questions of the docents and explore different rooms of the famed house. If you want to learn more about the Hollyhock House and Frank Lloyd Wright, visit facebook.com/official Hollyhock House. And that's a look at some virtual things to do.
And that's it for this edition. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org, and we're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Today on LA Currents, this urban treasure was once the home of the LA Dodgers, hosted 2 Super Bowls, and staged iconic events for JFK, Dr. King, and Cesar Chavez. We'll spotlight the LA Memorial Coliseum. Next, we sit down with Bill Jones from LA's Rec and Parks. He's a chief analyst who knows that LA's parks are more than just open spaces. They're the signature of every community. And it's official. He's California's first Latino senator. But while he was still wearing
Well, good morning, members and members of the public, and welcome back to the continuation of the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. We are continuing our days of consideration of that budget, and today is a day that we will be devoting entirely to hearing public comment. So before we begin to take public comment, I'd like to call the roll and establish a quorum, and then I'd like to ask the clerk to read in the instructions for public comment, and then we'll be ready to begin. So let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
De Leon.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Price.
Here.
5 members present and a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And if we could please go ahead and go ahead and state the call-in instructions and the guidelines for public comment, please.
Thank you. Members of the public who would like to offer comment should call 1-669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-655-3266 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. Thank you.
So, to members of the public, when it's your turn to speak, please begin. You'll have 2 minutes. Normally there's only 1 minute in a committee, but it'll be 2 minutes. Because it's a special meeting, there's no general public comment. So you must be speaking about the budget. So Mr. Hale will either read off the last 4 digits of your phone number or other identifying information such as caller number 1 or caller number 2 if you're calling in with a block number. As soon as you hear us identify you or you think we have, press *6 to unmute yourself, and it'll be your turn to speak. We understand that you may be listening on a computer or channel 35 or other device, but please keep one ear to the phone. There's a slight time delay between the broadcast and between the live meeting and the broadcast. And if you're only listening to the broadcast, when it's your turn to speak, you may not press *6 quickly enough, and we may think you're no longer there and move on to the next person. Also, if you're listening on a computer, channel 35 or other device, because of the time delay and feedback, it will cause a lot of confusion if you continue listening on the other device. So as soon as it's your turn to speak, please turn down the volume on the other devices right away. So we are ready, Mr. Chairman, to begin public comment.
Thank you very much. And just before we do, I thought it would be valuable to just put into a context where we are in this process right now. The committee has completed its questioning of every department in the city of Los Angeles. We have had the general managers or executive directors or senior staff of every department before us over the course of this hearing. And we've had an opportunity to ask many, many questions about the mayor's proposed budget, its potential impact on services, the delivery of services in each department, departments' past practices and past budgets, pretty much anything that impacts on our analysis of what the budget priorities need to be in the coming year and how we might be able to implement those priorities. So we've completed that work. In addition, in the course of that work, the members of this committee asked for over 200 reports back to the committee for more in-depth analysis or consideration of particular issues. And yesterday, we considered all of those reports back, over 200 of them, and made a variety of recommendations to the chief legislative analyst of the city. So the CLA will now take those recommendations that we made yesterday and prepare a report back to the committee, which we call the RACA. And that report back to the committee will include the CLA's recommendations that will try to encapsulate as best it can the vision and priorities stated by the committee in the course of those instructions. It's important to note that we took many actions yesterday in making recommendations to the CLA, but until all of those are assembled into one place in one proposal, we can't be in a position to weigh one against the other. And so none of those decisions that we made yesterday should be seen as being final decisions or even funding decisions until we have the analysis back from the CLA that takes the cost of those changes, accumulates them all into one place, and gives us a comprehensive set of proposed changes to the budget that we could enact as one. So once that report comes back, this committee will again consider the RACA, and we will have an opportunity to discuss and debate those proposals that the CLA puts before us based on our instructions. And we'll have an opportunity then to make some final decisions about what the recommendations of this committee will be to the full city council. The full city council will then have to just debate and decide whether to accept those recommendations as part of the city's budget. And then, of course, the mayor has yet another opportunity to either sign or veto that revised budget that the council puts before him. So that's the process. And members, any questions or about process or where we are or today? Okay. Then with that, I think we're prepared to begin our comment, and we will go until 2 p.m. today, taking comment. So I'd like to go ahead and invite our first caller to speak.
Anyone wishing to make public comment before the Budget and Finance Committee should dial *9 to raise your hand at this time. Caller with the last four digits, 7543. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lionel Modest. I'm City 6. I'm calling regarding about the budget. I'm calling because I have reviewed and analyzed the budget, and it seems to me that the LAPD, which is the largest agency in the city in terms of funding, I strongly urge the committee and the city council to divert as much money as you can to other city agencies that will help uplift our communities, such as job training, employment services, counseling, housing, affordable housing, and every corner of the city, including the San Fernando Valley. So I urge Councilmember Krikorian, council members, council president, and the mayor to reconsider the mayor's proposed budget and to redivert funding from the police department as much as you can to other agencies and programs to uplift our communities, for more public spaces, and to reduce the amount of unhoused individuals within our city. And I please urge you to think about it, be conscientious of yourselves and your surroundings, look around you, look at the suffering of the individuals who are in economic plight, mentally distressed, depression, suicide because of the economic impact of the pandemic and the high cost of living. And I urge you to please divert funding from the local police department to other agencies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 5347. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Rachel Smith. I'm a Los Angeles resident calling on behalf of Sunrise Movement LA in solidarity with Stand LA to support funding recommendations to move forward with the phase out of oil and gas extraction, which would include $3.4 $3.4 million for public works for amortization studies, as well as staffing the planning department and the petroleum administrator's office to draft the nonconforming land use ordinance. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the committee for recommending to invest these resources and for taking the time to take public comment in support of this. As you're probably familiar with, hopefully familiar with, the effects of living even within 1/4 mile of an actively producing oil and gas well, of which over 500,000 Los Angeles residents do live within that distance. The adverse health effects are very severe and extreme, ranging from asthma, respiratory disease, preterm birth, cancer, premature death, as well as the extreme adverse health effects related to COVID-19. Thank you so much for taking a very important step in phasing out oil and gas drilling in LA. I concede my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 4208, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee. 4208, please state your name and offer your comment to the committee. You should be able to speak now.
Speaker, are you there?
4208, we're having trouble hearing you, so I'm going to go on to the next caller, and we will try you again in just a moment. Speaker 4578, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Sorry,
okay.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Hamid Khan with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. And we've been following these hearings as well. And what was quite astonishing was that listening to Michael Moore, the chief of LAPD, make the presentation and create this whole sob story about the Los Angeles Police Department, but not being forthright about actually what the numbers are and what all the sources of funding that the LAPD has. Obviously, this year, LAPD is presenting a record budget, and which is on top of the 48% increase in LAPD's budget since Garcetti has been the mayor. And all of these monies don't take into account when on top of that, LAPD is getting extra monies from federal grants like the Urban Area Security Initiative, from various other foundation monies that they're getting, and the services supposedly that they're providing to the Housing Authority of Los Angeles and Metro and this, that, and the other. So here we have once again, but quite frankly, the failure of the city, because the budget really reflects the city's priorities. The budget is a monetary reflection of how the city prioritizes the welfare and the well-being of the residents of the city. And what we have is, once again, the Los Angeles Police Department just taken in record money, and where a survey that was commissioned by the Police Commission itself from LMU came out that 67% of Angelenos were stating in this official survey that money should be diverted, and 37% clearly stated that LAPD should be abolished. And again, you will not hear that from Michael Moore or the Police Commission either. So we strongly demand that LAPD needs to be defunded. There's technologies that they're using that they're causing extreme harm, creating a whole stalker state and architectures of surveillance like Palantir and various other technologies.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 8105, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
We
All
can.
Right. Good morning, Chairman.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairman Krikorian and committee members. Freddie Escobar, President of the United Firefighters of Los Angeles City, representing 3,400 of the best firefighters, paramedics, engineers, dispatchers, and pilots with the LAFD. the best fire department in the country and the world, in my opinion. About a week ago, Chief Terrazas and I sent a joint letter to each member of this committee outlining the priorities for the LAFD to ensure the safety of both the general public and our firefighters. They were carefully crafted, essential requests totaling less than $2 million. Each one of these requests directly related to the public safety of the families we serve and the safety of our firefighters. There was no fluff in our priority list. However, yesterday the CAO sent the Budget and Finance Committee a memo that recommended against funding each one of our requests. Time after time, our firefighters have been called upon to go above and beyond to support the city of our residents in their time of need. Our firefighters led the effort to fight COVID in LA by testing and vaccinating our residents, but tragically, 2 of our LAFD brothers died from the coronavirus that they acquired while doing this heroic work. Our firefighters were the first one city employees to agree to delay our raises for 18 months to support the city during these unprecedented times. Our firefighters are always there for our city when called upon. From Watts to the Palisades to Boyle Heights, our city supports our firefighters because we provide first-class service to all Los Angeles, regardless of race, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. That's why the CAO members are such a slap in the face for every one of our firefighters and paramedics serving their constituents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Time after time, our members give everything we have to serve the people of LA, and we ask for little in return. That's why we are thankful for Chairman Krikorian and every member of this committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last 4 digits, 4208. Please dial *6 to unmute and state your name and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great, thank you. So I want to just circle back to the mayor's misleading budget chart. It thoroughly confused Councilmember De Leon. It, also provides, misleads and says that we're increasing other departments when a lot of that extra money is just paying for buyouts. If activists were misleading people about this kind of thing, we'd hear the chair lecturing everyone. But you don't have anything to say about this because it's LAPD. It's also funny to see that the pie chart with our budget that we usually have in the presentation was missing this year. I want to talk about the LA Justice Fund. As far as assuring a right to counsel, you've been surpassed by San Diego. You may want to see state or the feds step up, but Gavin's going to recall, and Joe's not going to help us anytime soon. And you would frankly help create the space and opportunity for change by ensuring a 3-year commitment. As the CLA mentioned yesterday, there's a need for cuts. Paul, you and your colleagues might not be fond of budget memos regarding cuts to departments, but there's been a clear demand from the public to defund LAPD, and it was frankly sad to not see any of you explore that with your budget memos. I want to also talk about the redistricting commission. It was disappointing to see that not one of you thought to kick the tires on the budget needs of this commission and ensuring that they're able to address the undercount and educate the public on what process. The Controller's Waste, Fraud, and Abuse Unit, good to see that moving forward. The position pays for itself. And the full slate of new ethics positions. Would have been great to see any of you sign priority to that. I think it's important to remember that they made a whole lot of progress over recent years to cut the audit backlog and would have been able to do so but for a couple special elections. But we went into this cycle with 3 of you on this committee opening committees to go run for office without having your last election's campaign audited.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last 4 digits, 6086. Please dial *6 to unmute and state your name and offer your comment to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Mado Kakusian with Physicians for Social Responsibility LA. We are both members of both the Stand LA Coalition and LEAP LA. I'm calling to encourage members of this committee to support investing resources to phase out oil drilling in LA. We acknowledge the investment of $3.4 million as part of a total $6.8 million investment for these efforts, which we believe symbolizes answers to the cries of medical professionals and communities about the health impacts of oil drilling after nearly a decade of organizing on this issue. This is a necessary step to phase out oil drilling and protect public health in frontline communities. We strongly support the funding allocations for public works, the planning department, the Office of Petroleum and Gas Administration, and the fire department to conduct amortization studies of oil drilling sites, draft an ordinance to declare extraction a non-conforming land use, all with the aim of phasing out extraction across our city as quickly as possible. These investments in the ultimate adoption of policy and a program to phase out oil drilling will mean real improvements in the quality of life for frontline residents. I would also like to encourage members of this committee to increase funding for the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office for this next fiscal year. As we make the transition off fossil fuels and address the climate emergency, we need to ensure that we are investing resources into staffing the office, the commission, and implementing a robust community engagement process along the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 3307, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Annie Brennan, and I just wanted to call to echo statements made by other people regarding the budget. And I really think that, you know, it's a thinly veiled statement that the mayor of LA is making regarding who he prioritizes in this city. I think that it's pretty obvious that he wants to criminalize people who are experiencing homelessness, people who have addiction or mental health issues. And I just think that that money would be much better allocated to other services. I think that even in the committee's description of all the research they did in preparation of investigating this budget, they failed to really acknowledge that they'd done much work on a community level in investigating past budgets and the people who would, you know, experience the greatest impact based on your decisions. So I really encourage the members of this committee and the members of the LA City Council to seriously stand up and, you know, try to actually represent the people that they're supposed to represent. Thank you. I can see my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 8919, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, this is Wayne McFadden. I'm actually going to use my time to uplift the voice of an unhoused constituent named Rosa. So here's her words.
Hello, my name is Rosa. I am City 13. I am homeless now. I do not agree about the budget that the LAPD is receiving, and also how the money for homeless people are getting taken away from. I don't know how is it possible that all this money budget is going through the LAPD finances, as we people from City 13 need a lot of help.
Yeah, so I agree with Rosa. Defund the police, uplift people's budget, LA. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 6068, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Serjanko from the People's City Council. I'll take all my time to talk on the budget. I'm here to uplift the demands of the BLM LA-led People's Budget LA Coalition. And, you know, we've been doing this work for over a year now, and everything that we have presented to City Council have shown that Angelenos want to defund the police. You know, last year with 27,000 people that filled out the People's Budget LA survey, 98% of them wanted to decrease police spending, you know. And then there was the LMU survey that showed 2/3 of Angelenos support diverting funds from LAPD to fund community services. And you know, Paul Krikorian, you know, chair of the budget, you explained it yesterday perfectly. You know, your own words, I believe, were, you know, there's a lot of budget requests coming in, and we're going to have to make some cuts on the overspending if we want to fund these other programs. That's what defunding the police is, Paul. The $3 billion, LAPD gets $3 billion. That is the largest line item in the budget. We need to defund them. It's a pragmatic policy position. The police are a waste of money. They do not keep us safe. LAPD has shot 15 people this year. So why would you continue to give them $3 billion when we are demanding that the city defund the police and fund services? You know, the mayor diverts, or the mayor budgets about 50% of the unrestricted funds to LAPD. This is unacceptable. Last night, in the video that is pinned on the Twitter account People City Council right now, Mayor Garcetti admitted that LAPD is getting a 3% increase this year to their budget. He said that. So why are you all going to vote on and approve an increase to the budget for LAPD after we have been...
Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits, 8323, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm here at an encampment in CD15, and I'd like to pass my phone to an in-house neighbor who would like to give comment.
Please begin.
Hello, my name is Norm. Actually, my name is Homelessness, aka Norm. And I don't know much about politics or budgets or anything like that, but you know, I got some information in regards to a new budget that's been approved, and basically I see where, you know, you guys are paying out bonuses, basically bonuses to agencies as well as city workers to take our stuff, basically put us in jail and just continually make our lives miserable. You know, I have the impression that you guys want us in the ocean. That's just my belief. Anyways, my question is, what are you guys doing, you know, as far as a plan? What's the plan in regards to housing the people that are homeless in LA County? I understand that basically you guys are looking at October as a deadline, which is what I heard on the news, to end homelessness. That's a pretty big statement. If this is just a lure to lure people away from the fact that it's going to get uglier, you guys are setting yourself up. You need to be honest with the people. Let us know exactly what we're up against. It's our lives. Well, I hope you guys can understand me. I'm not real eloquent when it comes to talking into a microphone, but that's my question.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits, 0985, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Graham Hamilton, and I am the Surfrider Foundation Los Angeles manager, representing today over 10,000 members and supporters in the LA region who reside in all 15 city council districts. In order to make good on our collective effort to phase out fossil fuel extraction, we're asking that you fully fund the planning department's request for a team to draft a non-conforming land use ordinance for oil and gas extraction, specifically by allocating the requested $3.4 million to staff a speedy amortization study and any other studies deemed necessary by the planning department. The work to end fossil fuel extraction in LA should have happened a long time ago, and there is no time to waste in our shared effort to advance environmental justice, confront the climate crisis, and ensure a safe and healthy future for all Angelenos. We must continue to take bold, decisive action, and you once again have the opportunity to do so today. I'd like to pivot and speak about the Wildlife Corridor Project for a moment, starting by thanking the committee for creating 2 positions yesterday, but want to underscore that we're concerned about budget memo number 206, where the planning department appears to once again push the timeline on a project that the City Council has already approved. Half measures will get us nowhere. In order to fulfill this project by January 2022, the city will need to hire an additional 2 to 3 staffers to work on the entire rim of the Valley region to realize the full scope of this visionary project. In all, we commend the City Council for taking steps to safeguard the communities that populate our wild and urban landscapes and ask that you approve all necessary funding to move these critical efforts across the finish line. The funding required to phase out fossil fuel extraction and enhance our regional wildlife corridors is minuscule compared to the value of what we as a society are working to save. And if you're looking for a pot of money to fund these initiatives, look no further than the LAPD. I would thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last 4 digits 4049, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Andrew Laskin. I'm calling as a board representative of Citizens for Los Angeles Wildlife, CLAW. We want to express our deep gratitude for the potential approval of 2 positions for the wildlife pilot study. Thank you. However, with this positive step, as we just heard, also comes an unfortunate memo, budget memo number 206, in which the planning department defunds 4 other positions on this project. The amount of staff had previously been deemed necessary to produce a working wildlife corridor ordinance within the Rim of the Valley area by January 2022. I'm calling today to urge you to please approve 3 additional planning staff to work on the comprehensive wildlife habitat connectivity project. The Rim of the Valley portion was added by Councilman Krikorian, and we thank you for this acknowledgement that nature does not operate within a vacuum. While the pilot area is necessary to evaluate the regulations of this new ordinance, the land defined as the pilot area is somewhat arbitrary. A functioning ecosystem requires a connective system of high quality habitat, such as the Rim of the Valley whole area. To only adopt environmental regulation in the pilot area is like fireproofing one room in your house, but not the other rooms. Even if that one room survives a fire, the house as a whole becomes uninhabitable. Similarly, wildlife must move through connected, extensive habitat areas and will not thrive if they are confined to just one small protected region. The health of us all depends upon the health of our natural areas, and for the protection of all LA residents, both wild and human, we ask that you please fund 3 additional planning staff to work on the comprehensive wildlife habitat connectivity project. This small addition to the budget will pay huge dividends to permanent conservation for generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last 4 digits 1475, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hi, good day. My name is Tamara. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County. First off, I want to honor the fact we're on Indigenous land. This is Tonga and Quiche land. Second of all, I want to honor the lives of over 630 have been killed by LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department over the past 7 years with zero accountability. I want to urge City Council to please adopt the People's Budget LA. The community has cried out. We need services. We need housing. We need mental health workers. We need education. We need school, youth, and senior programs. We need health care for all. Nuri Martinez even said when the budget was presented by BLMLA in 2020, this isn't rocket science. So Nuri Martinez, let me ask you, why hasn't the homeless been housed when you were ordered by a federal judge, right? And mandated by a federal judge to house people in the middle of the pandemic, even given money by FEMA, yet still failed to do it. LAPD eats up $3 million of our budget each year. Police murder is genocide, but also what's murder and genocide is LAPD taking $3 billion of our funds, our city funds, our tax dollars that Black and brown communities need for services. Stop playing games with our lives. You just heard a homeless person outcry. Where is this leading? Right? So This only leads me to believe that LA City Council is utterly corrupt. So we need y'all to really do what you say you're there to do and take a stance for the people. Defund the LAPD and fund our services in our communities. Have a blessed day. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6172, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Great, thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Eli Longnecker, and I am the development associate at the Instituto de Educación Popular del Sur de California, also known as IDEPSCA. We operate 5 out of the 7 city-funded day labor centers around Los Angeles. We're really grateful to the mayor for including the day labor program in his proposed budget, and in particular would like to thank Councilmember De Leon for advocating for additional funding to meet the heightened needs of predominantly undocumented immigrant workers of color during this time. We urge the Budget and Finance Committee to not just support the mayor's proposed budget, but also to consider additional investment because the centers continue to play a unique role in pandemic response in addition to providing critical services to day laborers within the city by distributing thousands of meals, groceries, financial assistance, and PPE to immigrant day laborers and their families, disseminating accurate information about COVID safety on and off the job, which is especially important given the rampant misinformation affecting these communities, providing outreach and education about vaccination to one of the most impacted and under-vaccinated populations in the city, providing PPE, creating safety, day labor, and domestic worker specific information, training and support for those working in areas impacted by wildfires, acting as a workforce development hub for workers excluded from traditional programs because of their authorization status, adding a protection mechanism around wages, health and safety for workers vulnerable to severe exploitation and unsafe working conditions. Some of these are in our contracts with the city. Some go beyond the scope of the contract because day labor centers are the safety net for immigrant workers and their families. Once again, I call on the committee to support this important program in the coming fiscal year and to consider adding additional funding because of our role played during this pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 6620, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Melissa Morales, and I am here to represent Tree People. Thank you, Chairman Krikorian and committee members for this opportunity to deliver remarks before you. The mayor's budget is woefully inadequate to meet the moment and the city's urban forestry needs. To meet the needs of LA's urban forest, we ask the city to prioritize the following investments: adding essential support staff for the city forest officer to expedite improvements to and the coordination of urban forestry work in the city, maintaining current authorized positions in the Department of Recreation and Parks, including forestry and maintenance positions, by restoring all positions proposed for deletion associated with the separation incentive program, and working towards building critical urban forestry capacity in the city by adding the following crews in the Urban Forestry Division under Streets LA to better support the proposed tree planting and maintenance, including adding 2 new trimming crews, adding at least 1 new tree care crew, especially for tree watering, and adding at least 1 new tree planting crew. Tree People recognizes the multiple benefits of trees, including the economic benefits that make a clear business case for residents and policymakers. For every $1 spent on tree planting and maintenance, urban trees deliver $6 in benefit. For more information, please see the group letter that we submitted, along with 11 of the most active CBOs in LA. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 5033, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Mia Lopez Dubiri.
Please
Good morning.
Hi.
So I'm calling in today on behalf of Venice Community Housing. I was born and raised in District 11. And we want to express our support for the People's Budget LA and urge the city to defund the police and allocate more funding to critical services such as housing, healthcare, and employment programs. Currently, the mayor has budgeted 46% of unrestricted funds to LAPD, whose officers participate in violent patrols and sweeps of shelters and encampments. Rather than criminalizing homelessness and spending more money on law enforcement, we need to be investing in community. Please listen to the countless LA residents and organizers who are calling on you to create a budget that prioritizes universal needs and the well-being of our unhoused Black and Indigenous neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9202, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Chuck Perello. I'm calling to implore the committee to fund the LAPD's Anti-Cruelty Task Force with the $1 million in resources that was requested. In a city the size of Los Angeles, that is what it will take to effectively investigate complaints of animal cruelty, animal neglect, dog fighting, cockfighting, animal hoarding, animal sacrifice, and bestiality. The mission of the ACTF is to break the connection between animal abuse and human violence. It is imperative that the city pursues an aggressive effort to prevent, reduce, and prosecute animal abuse in Los Angeles. Given the LAPD one officer, one detective, for this monumental task is going to doom the ACTF to failure. The LAPD must be given the $1 million in resources they requested. Human lives as well as animal lives depend on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 2900, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members and Sheriff Krikorian. This is Hillary Norton of FastLink DTLA, the Downtown Los Angeles Transportation Management Organization. And I'm here to speak on behalf of two requests from Councilmember Kevin De Leon that are going to improve our city, help restore our economy, and actually help grow the budget in out years because of the development that will happen for people rather than having to develop around cars. Namely, the two requests are for increasing the budget for the EIR for the Arts District Station right next to the 6th Street Viaduct so that more people can enjoy the park, can be part of that station, can help be part of the new development in that area without having to be centered around cars to support the metro station there. In addition, I'm here to support the request for $3.8 million for funding for the 7th Street augmentation from Figueroa to San Pedro. That is an important corridor, not only for buses, but for bikes and pedestrians and the future LA streetcar. And the more that we can invest in those projects, the more that we're going to have the tourism come back that was worth $10 billion to our economy, and to bring back the thousands of people that want to come back to downtown Los Angeles, take transit, walk around, bike around, and do so in a safe and beautiful manner with the streetscape improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6273, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Jared. I'm with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles and part of the People's Budget Coalition. And I just wanted to say, you all need to make sure that you're considering the People's Budget LA. I know that they're presenting tonight at 7 p.m. And it's important that we hear from the voice of Angelenos through this participatory budgeting. We need to defund the police. We need to divest from them. $3 billion is way too much for a quote unquote service that criminalizes Black and brown communities, that kills people, that harasses families after they've been killed. or after their family members have been killed. And when we can be using that money for so much more. We need to prioritize housing, especially for the elderly, for people with disabilities, for single parents, for trans people that are on the street, for Black people that have been pushed out of their communities due to gentrification. We could be doing so much more with this money. As a medical professional, as someone who works with medicine and in medicine, I understand that prevention is far less expensive and easier to maintain than response. So we need to divest and defund the police and invest in our communities, invest in health, invest in making sure that our communities get the resources that we need so that we can thrive. That's gonna ramp our economy. Investing more in police, investing as much as the mayor's proposing in his current budget in police, that is only adding to the destruction of this city. It's only adding to the criminalization of the city and militarization of our police force, and it's not necessary. We need to defund the police. We need to invest in our communities, and we can't keep spending money like this, especially on a quote unquote service that is killing our constituents. How is that in any way, shape, or form seen as an investment? I make it make sense. Make it make sense. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 1269, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Marisol Rosales, and I'm a member of Community Coalition and as a supporter of the Make LA Whole plan. The mayor's proposed budget makes several investments towards our communities. I hope you continue to expand those investments. I am calling to express my concern that it's not acceptable to defer any of those investments by placing them in a lockbox for contingencies. We need to make those funds available immediately to help our families in need. A special interest are all programs related to women and children, senior meals and services, childcare, small businesses, and non-for-profit assistance. The city must take this opportunity to invest in the hardworking families throughout Los Angeles. Thank you.
Speaker with the last four digits.
Thank you. Next speaker. Sorry. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7434, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Stevie. I'm calling as a member of the LA Tenants Union and also as a member of Street Watch LA. Obviously, with regard to the budget, I don't really understand how we've had this conversation for over a year now. I think what happened at Echo Park Lake is a microcosm of what it will look like to push the most vulnerable people among us, of which we know there are at least 45,000 at last count. We're not even doing a count this year, into faraway cities or tucked into tent parking lots or whatever these increased criminalization, these tiny sheds that have curfews and all of this. And guess what? That have police on site. Just like right now when we have these violent sweeps where people are evicted across the city, talking about people who are unhoused, they get LAPD escorts the whole way. It is absolutely atrocious to have this militarized police force with the largest helicopter fleet in the world, in the city that has the largest jail population in the world, while we have 5, not 4 anymore, 5 people who are unhoused dying on our streets every day. It is an embarrassment that we are even perceived as liberal or progressive. This is white supremacy. This is fascism. This is classism. There are so many ways to spend $3 billion that don't have to do with funding one of the deadliest police forces in the nation. This is not hard. We have been asking over and over again for the very same thing. And you know that the police are there to protect property, to protect class, people who are property owning, and to protect white supremacy. They do not keep communities of color safe. I yield my time. Defund the police.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9204, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Maggie, and I'm actually going to be using my time to uplift the words of an unhoused constituent. Give me one sec to get them.
Speaker, are you there?
This is Daniel.
Good morning. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no one on the line. We can't hear you.
I believe we just lost that caller, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Sorry about that. Maybe they can call back. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0322, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Thank you. This is MJ King. I'm a constituent living in District 14, demanding you support the People's Budget LA. We need to invest in helping Angelenos recover from this pandemic. It's anticipated that hundreds of thousands of households could be evicted if the eviction moratorium is lifted. We need to invest in pandemic recovery, childcare, education, healthy food, public transportation, environmentally minded infrastructure, not more militarized police. The mayor budgeting 46% of unrestricted funds to the LAPD is unacceptable. We've tried this year in, year out, and it's not working. Reinvest in our community. LAPD kills more people than entire countries. Germany has 83 million people, and they're racist as fuck, yet their police still manage to kill less people each year than LAPD. This year, LAPD has already killed double the amount of people than last year. During the chief's report at police commission meetings, Chief Moore assassinates their character to hide the fact that they shot an unarmed person. Sometimes he'll claim they are experiencing a mental health crisis, reminding us that we need healthcare professionals, not militarized police. These are human lives we're losing. A Loyola Marymount study shows 2/3 of Angelenos support diverting funds from LAPD to fund community services. Hundreds of thousands march in the streets to demonstrate their support for refunding our community. Throughout this time of mass protest, the police reacted with extreme violence and unwarranted escalation towards peaceful protesters and our unhoused neighbors. Responding to calls to end police violence with police violence demonstrates how out of touch LAPD is. This is not public safety. Amid our homelessness crisis, the budget allocates only 2% to housing. That's less than a third of the LAPD budget. Of that amount, $9 million for LAPD to patrol shelters and $57 million to carry out encampment sweeps that do not work. They just contribute to the cycle. When we stop criminalizing homelessness, the LAPD will have no place in the homelessness budget. Remove police from all homelessness funding. Invest in housing, supportive services that connect our unhoused neighbors with permanent housing. Angelenos want the city to prioritize universal needs such as housing, jobs, and childcare, pandemic recovery, built environment, and reimagine public safety over the police department. This isn't radical. Social scientists and public health experts have proven that investment in...
Speaker with the
Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 2984, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Am I audible?
We can hear
am I
you.
audible? Okay.
Yes.
I'm a Christian here. I wanted to encourage the committee and then the city council to support jobs, justice, and housing for all. I think we can most definitely do that with the size of this budget. And in particular, please allocate funding to support the phase out of oil and gas extraction and also the amortization studies that need to happen. Please also help fund our urban forests, because in order to adapt to climate change, we're going to need the appropriate plants in our communities to support our ecology as well. And please work on providing housing for all of our houseless neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0870, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Theo Henderson. I am an unhoused member, and I'm also a person that creates the podcast, We the Unhoused. And I'm calling in response in opposition to all of the carceral and police actions against the unhoused community. I've gone far in the Los Angeles and to the far-flung places and into the near downtown proper. And it is beyond my comprehension that we have enlisted $3.1 billion, I'll be correction, $3.1 billion, along with added monies from other groups, as well as police officers asking for more money to criminalize unhoused people near shelters, the tiny sheds, and any other places where unhoused people reside. So in essence, for a solution, the solution is disband, defund the police, and take the money that you have pilfered from all the other services and put them in housing, supportive services, trauma-informed care, harm reduction, and all the things that we need to meet where the unhoused person is. There is no worthy and unworthy unhoused. And I thank you all for listening, and I hope we meet in the light of understanding. Woo!
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 3100, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Jamie Garcia. I'm a registered nurse in the community of Boyle Heights, and I'm also a member of the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. You know, a lot of folks here are talking about the, transferring of resources into community programs, into community services. And as a nurse who survived the surge, the COVID surge, I wish I could say that happened for the community of Boyle Heights. I wish I could say that could happen for the multiple elders that we took care of during that time. And I put that into context because I want you to know that that community was suffering before the surge. Nurses were, dealing with unnecessary circumstances based and as a result of poverty for a very long time. And this is the point of why community is calling in, because our people are already dying pre-COVID and now even more so during COVID. So you need to put that and ground yourself in that right now when you're thinking about what the community needs. So, and even the Police Commission commissioned a report entitled Police and Community Relations Survey, where 2/3 of people wanted to redirect money away from LAPD. 1/3 wanted to completely abolish the police, right? And this is basically policing is this racist and violent experiment, and it's coming to an end, and people are getting organized, whether you're with us or whether you are not with us. So we are reimagining public safety. We know and we are challenging the principles and the vision on how a community is organized. Enforcement, punishment, incarceration is not only archaic, barbaric, and shameful, it has nothing to do with rehabilitation. LAPD has vast amount of resources, federal grants, private funding, the city coffers, yet the controller, the police commission cannot get line items. The Stop LAPD Spying Coalition had to sue to find out what's going on with these line items. Where is this money going? At this point, you all should be doing more investigation, freezing any funding going to
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8443, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Dina Cruz. I am the chair of the Hollenbeck Park Advisory Board, that's in Boyle Heights, and I am a member of the Friends of Hollenbeck Park. For over 7 years, I have been advocating to improve park conditions and address public health threats like the removal of restrooms, lack of soap, and toilet paper at parks. Already, our parks are suffering with the recent retirement incentives that Recreation and Parks faced, we have lost critical park staff. This is unacceptable because prior to the retirements, the proposed budget and staffing of parks was already in deplorable conditions. Moving forward with this will hurt everyone, especially those who rely on parks to meet basic human needs, such as access to toilets and water. We need more maintenance and funding for parks because clean, safe parks allow patrons to be physically active and find peace and wellness. Now more than ever, parks are needed and need more funding, not cuts. Cut other departments that have disappointed us. For example, the police. Parks help people manage obesity, diabetes, mental health. Please do not disregard our community's lifeline. I was just at a Recreation and Park Maintenance Commission, and dealing with maintenance is a tremendous need for them. They are dealing with a lot of requests, a lot of community complaints, and they need help. Also, I want to highlight that Raza needs to be allowed to participate in these meetings, because when you request translation services, we're not even provided links or ways or instructions on how to provide comments in Spanish, and that's excluding Raza. And I would like to tell you that I submitted a request for Spanish, and I was never provided instructions or a link, and we have several members who are monolingual Spanish speakers, and I am very upset that they are being left out because we are not being provided the tools to empower them to speak at these hearings, and that is unacceptable. I have submitted formal requests for translations, and we were not provided instructions or formal links. It was like, it's on the agenda, it's on the agenda, it's on the link on the agenda. No, the instructions are not on the link on the agenda, how to get Spanish.
Speaker.
So we need Raza present, and we need...
Thank you, Speaker.
Can someone please clarify the instructions for receiving translation, because we do have translation available in this meeting.
Yes, the meeting is currently being translated into Spanish. We have an interpreter here in council chambers. People who would like to listen to the meeting in Spanish can go to the same web link at clerk.lecity.org.
So any monolingual Spanish speaker can call in the normal way. There's an interpreter in the council chambers available, so their call will be translated if they call in.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9275, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee. *9275, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Nicole Levin, and I'm calling on behalf of the Sierra Club and our 20,000 members and supporters in Los Angeles. And I'm calling because we need to start investing in our communities, as so many people have said, divesting from, LAPD, and ensuring that programs that take care of our health, housing, and environment are invested in. One such program that I'm calling about is the plan to phase out oil and gas drilling in Los Angeles. We know that living next to oil and gas drilling leads to death. It leads to cancer and asthma and COVID. During COVID, we saw that people living next to oil and gas drilling were more likely to die of COVID, and those were predominantly Black and brown communities. That's where we're drilling for oil. And so I'm really calling to ask, and Sierra Club is calling to ask the city to commit money now to make sure we have $3.4 million for an amortization study and staffing to draft the non-conforming use ordinance to ensure that when city council votes to look into phasing out oil and gas drilling, we have the money to support that. And yeah, thank you so much for your work to phase out oil and gas drilling in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 2780, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello, my name is Lisa Hart.
Good morning.
Good morning. Last year, the Wildlife Pilot Study lost its funding, and the board of the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance asked for that funding back. And here we are again. I honestly don't know the rationale for not funding this effort, and I don't know why we have to keep fighting for something that we thought we already had. It frankly doesn't feel like a good use of our time or your time when there is so much important work to do, and it pains me to see us moving backward instead of forward. Although I was happy to learn that 2 of the 3 existing positions might be restored, and I was also happy to see the draft ordinance. One of the things the pandemic has underscored for me is that we ignore the importance of wildlife habitat at our own peril. The pandemic was caused by human encroachment on wildlife habitat. So I'm left wondering, when are we going to learn? On a related note, the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance supports efforts to reimagine community safety and our city's budget priorities so that we can work to deconstruct racism. And also the NCSA supports Stand LA's efforts to end neighborhood drilling, and I support the funding and staffing to phase it out. So I'm very excited and encouraged to see concrete plans to move forward on that. And of course, it would be wonderful to see urban forestry adequately funded. And although I know less about what's happening with rec and parks, our advocacy committee did discuss the possibility that not funding them adequately could be used to bolster the argument that park rangers should carry guns, which I certainly don't think would make our parks safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6987, please dial *6 to unmute and state your name and offer your comments to the committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mindy Mann. I live in CD5. I sit on several boards, but today I'm going to be speaking to you as a private citizen. I would like to address two different budget items this morning, the Wildlife Pilot Project as well as urban forestry. The mayor has made it very clear that he is envisioning a bold Green Deal for the city of Los Angeles. Our city cannot survive and prosper, however, if we do not ensure that we have environmental health for all of our citizens. We cannot have a healthy city without preserving biodiversity and open space, as well as growing our tree canopy while preserving our existing trees. I want to thank Councilman Krikorian and the rest of the committee for approving the two positions yesterday for the Wildlife Pilot Project. Planning also just released the draft ordinance to the public, and everybody who received the emails was very excited. But there is much work to be done if we're going to bring this ordinance to fruition. The timing is critical, and we cannot postpone funding until next year for those other positions. Open land is disappearing daily. Our mountain lions are awaiting final protection, and the rim of the valley will soon tie our entire hillside region together. There are those other positions that need to be funded, and I hope that you will add their funding to this year's budget. Our hillsides are a major natural resource, not just for the residents who dwell there, but for all Angelenos. The Santa Monica Mountain Recreation Area is the single largest urban park in the nation. We must do everything in our power to protect and preserve this unique treasure, now more than ever. If we learn nothing else from this past year, we learn that people yearn to be outdoors. In fact, they hunger for it. They need to escape the concrete jungle. They need to be among trees, wildlife, and open space. They need it just as they need the air that they breathe. And speaking about air, we need to ensure that we have clean air for everyone in our city. And in order to do so, we need to have a healthy and robust tree canopy. So, regarding the urban forestry budget, I thank you for the new items that you approved.
Thank you,
I just want to ensure that they make it into the final budget. We need to fund the positions who will manage our parks.
Speaker with
Thank
the
you.
last
Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6283, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Good morning, Councilman. My name is Adam Rice. I'm with the Los Angeles Community Action Network, and please allow me to begin anecdotally. Last week, I was at a sweep in Harbor City speaking to Gabby Medina from Councilmember Buscaino's office. She offered that they had housed just about everyone in their district, well, with the housing that was supposed to come online in July, for a total of 800 people. Unfortunately, when checked that the 2020 homeless count stated that there were 2,500 houseless people in Buscaino's district, there was no answer given. I begin anecdotally with this because it sort of seems to encapsulate what's happening with the budget. Continued policy of abandonment of the most vital priorities in the city in order to pay off one of the largest terrorist organizations in the country. Now, the only member of this council who has recently proposed anything useful has been Councilmember De Leon with his 20 by 2025 plan. which he got pushback from Mark Ridley Thomas, his soon-to-be opponent in the mayor's race, and other city council members for. We need to focus on housing, not spending more money on the police. The police have asked for $67 million to basically do what was illegal for J. Edgar Hoover to do in the 60s, to set up a counter-surveillance measure on protected First Amendment rights, as opposed to housing people in real housing. Shelters and temporary housing is not going to cut it, because those people will be back on the streets. And the failure of the city to even acknowledge, much less move towards, the fact that we may have 100,000 more people on the streets by the end of this year because of the city's failure to address the upcoming eviction crisis and what will soon be the worst economic depression in world history, is a complete and total failure by this body. Once again, blaming those on the street, those with no power, being blamed by those who have all of the power in the world to affect it.
Thank you, Speaker.
So we ask you to quit playing games with our money, to quit handing our money to people who want to
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 5699. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay. I'm a community member, 68 years old. I'm a member of the Community Coalition. And I really want to thank you for giving us this time to speak. I am a community activist, and I want to please urge you to please defund the police. We need to reimagine safety in our communities. Our people of color are actually in terror when they see police. They don't see anybody that's going to help us. Please make LA Whole campaign a reality for us. I have witnessed many people in our community going through lots of urgent needs when it comes to rent, mortgage payments, and the pandemic, the illness that has attacked their whole family. We need help with that. We don't need any more homeless in the street because the police and the sheriff come and escort people out of their homes and into the streets. And I would like to see our youth have a future, be able to dream, be able to move forward. Please defund the police, reimagine safety in LA, adopt the people's budget, make LA whole, campaign a reality. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6484. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
I'm Reverend Louis Chase with the Holman United Methodist Church in the West Adams section of South LA, and a member of the Stand LA Coalition. Our church is less than half a mile from an active drill site that represents a real threat to the health and well-being of our congregants and neighbors. The stories of impacted residents with cancer, asthma, or miscarriages are ones the council has heard from our coalition many times. Oil drilling doesn't belong in our neighborhood or any neighborhood. We strongly support the funding allocations for Public Works, the Planning Department, and the Office of Petroleum and Gas Administration to conduct amortization studies of oil drilling sites, draft an ordinance to declare extraction a non-conforming land use, all with the aim of phasing out extraction across our city as quickly as possible. Our people can't wait any longer. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9843. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Good morning. Speaker?
9843. Please dial *6 to unmute and begin your comment. Mr. Chair, I'm going to go on to the next speaker. Speaker with the last four digits 7753. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Go ahead, speaker. Just dial *6 so that you can unmute, please. 7753.
That is correct.
Please go ahead and dial *6. So you're unmuted. You're still muted. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll need to go on to the next speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 0603. Please dial *6, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Wendy Miranda, and I am a resident of Wilmington, located here in Council District 15. And I am calling to urge this committee and City Council to fully fund the Planning Department's request for a team to draft a non-conforming land use ordinance for oil and gas extraction. We need funds to be allocated to conduct amortization studies with the goal of phasing out oil drilling in the city of LA in order to protect the health and lives of frontline communities who are predominantly Black and Latinx and low income. Angelinos, we can't wait any longer. We need to phase out oil drilling as soon as possible for the sake of our health. And I also want to stand in solidarity with the People's Budget LA and urge the committee to defund the police. We need funding to be allocated towards other services such as environmental justice, climate change, public health, etc., that truly protect the lives of Angelinos, and to listen to community members when we say defund the police. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 2807. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to committee.
Hello, Chair Krikorian and committee members. My name is Emily Garcia, and I'm a resident of District 2. I am with Hilda Bay. We appreciate very much the leadership of Councilmember Krikorian and the rest of the Budgets Committees approving the Environmental Specialist position and the Planning Associate position yesterday to complete the Wildlife Pilot Ordinance. And we thank you for that. However, in Budget Memo number 206, the Planning Department is again kicking the can down the road on the full Wildlife Connectivity Plan, a plan that the entire City Council voted on and approved. The timeline on the planning website says Wildlife Pilot will be completed by the end of 2021. If the remaining positions don't start getting hired until July 2021, we lose valuable time. Our request today is that the Budget Committee approve at least 2 more positions and funding for them so that they could be hired on staff and working on the entire Rim of the Valley project by January 2022. We support the vision of a comprehensive wildlife habitat connectivity project, and we are advocating to make it come to fruition. Separately, I want to urge the committee to a citywide phase out of neighborhood drilling to protect public health and adequately fund the urban forestry for an environmentally just future in LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7753. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello? I don't know.
Hello,
if I
good morning.
Okay, I'm going. Hi, my name is Ashley Hernandez. I am an organizer and resident in Wilmington, California. I have had the privilege of working in generations of Wilmington residents that, like myself, grew up with symptoms and questions and desperate frustration living next to polluting sites. I grew up in a community with the largest port in the city, a refinery complex, and the highest concentration of oil drilling sites in our city. There are 634 wells in District 15. There are 17 in Rosecrans, 97 in Torrance, and 520 in my community of Wilmington. I've had symptoms of low heart palpitations, bloody noses, seeing my family use respiratory devices upon living here and moving here, and losing classmates and loved ones. No matter how many stories and impacts of living near toxic neighbors have come through in my time working with CDE and working in my community, they don't get any different. I urge you all to please continue to move forward with phasing out oil drilling in our city, and we urge this committee and the City Council to fully fund the Planning Department's request for 18 to draft a non-conforming land use ordinance for oil and gas extraction, and also increase the proposed 1.2 million allocation to 2 million to make sure that the Planning Department can commission a robust amortization study to shorten the phase-out period and contract other studies the Planning Department deems appropriate. We appreciate the leadership of Councilmember Krikorian, of course, and the support of the committee in allocating resources. This is definitely a major need for our community in District 15. We have high rates, again, of oil drilling, of houseless encampments. The largest oil drilling site is also right next to one of the largest houseless encampments that District 15 Buscaino's representatives love to uphold. But there's a lot of issues and conditions, especially when you're putting houseless residents and neighbors within the closest proximity of one of the largest drill sites in the entire state of California. It's absolutely unacceptable to have anybody continue to live under segregatory planning.
Speaker.
Thank you, Ashley. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 3540. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Lucy Herrera, and I am an organizer and adult ally with the Invest in Youth campaign and a constituent of CD14. I strongly support the proposed 1.1 million allocation to create the city's first ever youth development department. The youth of Los Angeles deserve a standalone youth development department. There are over 3,000 youth experiencing homelessness, 480,000 youth living in poverty, and over 18,753 youth arrests in the city of LA. This 1.1 million investment is the first step to support the youth of LA. However, we also need to identify a way to fully fund the youth development department so that there is a long-term investment for the youth. We need to have a centralized youth development department that will not only shift youth programs, but also take the recommendations of the Youth Development Task Force in providing a youth development framework that will use equity, inclusion, and most importantly, allow youth to finally have decision-making power in the city. We need all of our city council members to support and make sure this funding happens, and to identify funding that can also be used to fully fund this department in the future, so that all youth of LA are no longer left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8304. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi there. Thank you for accepting public comment and extending the comment period through this week. My name is Danielle Killian. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Year after year, my comments will mirror so many others. LA has funded law enforcement at the expense of investing in the Angelenos and infrastructure proven to build peace and wellness. Please consider a budget that shifts funding from LAPD into proactive, effective violence prevention efforts, including unarmed intervention. These groups, including those trained by Urban Peace Institute and PCIPI, do a better job of reducing retaliatory killings and violence overall than law enforcement alone. They're severely underfunded, and many of these workers, while definitely first responders along with emergency services, don't often have health care coverage or vacation, let alone hazard pay. Please consider keeping the 140 staff positions in Park and Rec, ensuring we have safe outdoor places where people can get doses of nature that improve their health and well-being over time is just critical. This is also violence prevention. And I support also those advocating for budget for better housing. These would be sensible, data-driven choices if LAPD were not committing state-sponsored violence against journalists, protesters, and average citizens, to say nothing of those that they try via their PR apparatus. I'm hopeful that you and the rest of the council will take us in a safer, more data-driven and hopeful direction. Thanks so much for hearing comment. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6790. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Raina Zummel, and I live in District 14. And I'm calling today to urge this council to reject Garcetti's budget and adopt the People's Budget LA. Budgets reflect priority, and this proposed budget does not prioritize creating a healthier and more equitable LA. LAPD shot and killed 15 people this year. LAPD is killing more people in a week than most first world countries do in years. During the protests last year, LAPD targeted members of the press, brutalized protesters demanding racial justice and police accountability, while protecting members of white supremacy organizations. Our police operates like an occupying army in an active combat zone and treats us like enemy combatants. We can't reward this behavior with increased resources that further criminalizes Black and Brown and homeless communities. Council members, ask yourselves, why did you choose to run for office? Was it to make your city a better place, or do you want to just continue the status quo? What do you want your legacy to be? Be bold, be daring, use the money to fund social services, preserve our wildlife, provide affordable housing, and improve social services. Please listen to your residents. 67% of Angelenos support defunding the police. This summer created more activists than in any other time in a generation, and we are demanding that the police be defunded and reimagine public safety. Again, please adopt the People's Budget LA. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Sorry, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 5846. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is TJ Spar. I'm the treasurer for the Pico Union Neighborhood Council, and I'm also a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union. And I'm calling today to give some comments. I'm asking you all on the Budget Committee to understand that this is a budget and a document that defines priorities. I want to remind you that California spends about $81,000 per year to incarcerate an individual and only $12,000 to educate a student. How does that sit with you? What does it say about how we value lives? Consider an investment in the future and what those benefits look like. We want investment in education, health services, and the impending climate emergency. Those things make our community safer and happier. People's Budget LA has actually created a participatory budget survey to get public feedback on how we want our tax money spent in our community. Please do your job and fund services, not the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 3585. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Can you hear me okay?
We can now, yes. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian and committee members. My name is Catherine McNaney, and I am a co-founder of Industrial District Green. My organization has planted over 400 trees in the eastern part of downtown Los Angeles, which we are actively caring for. This area is one of many urban heat islands in the city. The reality is that there are several urban heat islands in Los Angeles, which encompass large swaths of South Central, East LA, and the Valley. Summers will only get more unbearable and deadly with each passing year unless we decide to invest in trees in a serious and meaningful way. Please, please incorporate Tree People's budget recommendations for this year, in particular, new tree planting and watering crews for urban forestry, something our city has been lacking unbelievably given the climate crisis we are in. We need to be proactive regarding our precious urban forests. And lastly, I would like to just draw your attention, since I am definitely for less police, more trees. I'd like to draw your attention to a report that's about a decade old out of Baltimore that talks about how trees reduce crime, because I know that is of interest to you all. And please do read it. I have read it. And what it says is people in the community providing care, caring for things, actually reduces crime. So please, I would like to draw your attention to that. We should be doing these types of studies here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7231, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to committee.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Mejia, certified public accountant with close to 11 years of auditing and accounting experience, and here to break down this budget for you all once again. I'm here to uplift Black Lives Matter LA and the People's Budget LA Coalition for a People's Budget. To all the committee members here, I need you all to ask yourself, how is this a justice budget? When housing gets 2% of the entire city budget, homelessness gets 7%, transportation 3%, parks and recs 3%, community investment 0.3%. Last week, I spoke to you all and mentioned that the mayor's office presentation on equity and justice budget was only 1.6% of the entire city budget, right? Now let's talk about the LAPD. You know, after calls for a more just budget, the mayor is increasing the LAPD's budget by 3% to $3.1 billion. The LAPD makes up 27% of the total city budget. They also make up 30% of all total city department budget. They also make up 46% of all the city's unrestricted revenues. And these are funds that the city could spend the money literally on anything. The LAPD also is going to make up 41% of all city employees. The LAPD is also going to make up 42% of all pensions and retirement funds at $645 million. And also, LAPD has the largest helicopter fleet, and they're getting a new helicopter for $7.4 million, right? And I want to go back to pensions, because if they were its own line item on the city budget, the pensions would take up 6% of the entire city budget. And that's more than the housing, transportation, and community investment combined. And did you know that LAPD makes up 33% of all city lawsuits? In the last 5 years, we paid $214 million, and most of them relate to civil rights violations and excessive use of force. So after hearing all of this, how can you say this is a just and equitable budget? You know, there's literally no one here in city politics that holds the mayor or city departments accountable. And now we're going to need you to do that. Please use your head, use your progressivism that you all tout, and please look at the LAPD budget and reduce it and fund services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 4232, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to committee.
Chair Krikorian and members of the Budget Committee, this is Lynette Campy. I want to speak in favor of the additions that you have made to the urban forest canopy. I see this as a health issue that if we are to survive increasing heat temperatures and avoid heat-related deaths and reduce the respiratory illness, we have to invest in our urban forest. Every dollar invested in the urban forest yields $6 in return. And Los Angeles currently funds, I'm out of breath, trees at approximately 1/4 the rate of other cities. So definitely we need the increases that you have suggested. I am a member of the Community Forest Advisory Committee. I support all 4 areas that you have made additions to. Our city forest officer has been a wonderful addition with coordinating departments, and certainly the success that the city has had in obtaining grant funding needs to be supported with the senior management analyst. The Bureau of Street Trees currently has a 25-year prune cycle, whereas a 7-year is recommended. This has resulted in 18,000 emergency requests, which are far less efficient. And also it encourages, it requires more drastic pruning to make up for clearances that haven't been maintained properly. And it also encourages some illegal pruning with frustrated business owners. So definitely the funding for the Bureau of Street Services, Recreation and Parks, they provide a safe space for people to recuperate in nature. It increases mental health, physical health. It reduces crime. So by all means, and also it's a place where we can have big trees. You know, you can't have very many truly large street trees, but within the parks, there's the root space, the opportunity. And also, I'm very excited about the wildlife pilot ordinance study. I only wish that it could proceed faster and have more staff to support it. We are a biodiversity hotspot.
Thank you, Speaker.
And
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 3159. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee. *3159. Please dial *6, state your name, and offer your comments.
Go
Hello,
ahead,
can you
Speaker.
hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Belen Flores. I'm an organizer with Community Coalition and a supporter of the Make LA Whole plan. The mayor's proposed budget makes several investments towards our communities. I hope you continue to expand those investments. But I'm also calling to express my concern that it is not acceptable to defer any of those investments by placing them in a lockbox for contingencies. We need to make those funds available immediately to help our families in need. Of special interest are all programs related to women and children, senior meals and services, childcare, small businesses, and nonprofit assistance. The city must take this opportunity to invest in the hardworking families throughout Los Angeles. Thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0134. Please dial *6 to unmute and state your name and offer your comment to the committee.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Emmons, and I'm a resident of Council District 13. Calling to tell you that Mayor Garcetti's budget is not good for Los Angeles. The mayor wants to allocate 46% of the city's unrestricted funds to the LAPD. Why are we trying to solve the city's complex problems with a blunt instrument like policing? A recent LMU study found that 2/3 of Angelinas want to redirect more LAPD funding. We should be spending our money on education, healthcare, parks, public transportation, and housing. I think we can all agree that homelessness is one of, if not the most serious problem facing Los Angeles. Yet the mayor wants to allocate only 2% of the budget to housing. Unacceptable. Imagine what we could do to alleviate homelessness with even a chunk of that $3 billion allocated to the LAPD. 5 unhoused people die every day in Los Angeles. That $3 billion being spent on LAPD will save lives if redirected. Please reject the mayor's budget and adopt a people's budget instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 5946. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
My name is Paul Hennessy. I'm calling in support of the people's budget and less funding towards the police. The mayor's budget is a misguided proposal and a misuse of funds. The police have more than enough money and need less funding, not more. The mayor's budget is an insult to Angelinos and the opposite of generous. I'm a strong supporter of funding towards public transit, affordable housing, homeless support, mental health support, and community services. This requires significant investments. These problems are getting worse and worse every year and need more financial support. Policing is not a solution for these issues. You gave too much power to the police last year, and here we are again with the same problems. It's like you're treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. If we slash the current $3 billion LAPD budget into $1 billion, we have the ability to put every single unhoused person in a $2,000 a month apartment and ensure plenty of other services and cash aid. LAPD would still have the vast majority of city funds allocation. There's no reason the LAPD needs over $100,000 in boot sanitizers. We need more funding for other city agencies such as homelessness service and public transit if you want to fix these growing issues. More public transit will help travel all over the city to get more work since we've been priced out of areas with jobs. Also, there's 100% reimbursable FEMA funds to open hotel rooms for the unhoused available right now. I urge you to take this offer. Tell City Council to listen to their constituents and support the people's budget, or we will vote them out just like we voted out David Ryu. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7964, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Gina Viola, and I'm with White People for Black Lives.
Please begin.
Good morning. Go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thanks. This budget is a manifestation of the deep sickness of the city's power structure and ruling elite. Tonight, you will be hearing from the People's Budget LA at 7 p.m., and I urge each and every one of you to listen carefully. People's Budget LA has spent the last couple of years reaching out directly to impacted communities that have been divested from and over-policed for decades. It is not hard to identify what the most pressing issue of our time is, and it's rooted in years and years of racist, white supremacist policies. The homelessness budget is less than a third of the LAPD budget. Of that amount, $9 million will be allocated to the LAPD to patrol shelters, and $57 million will be allocated to carrying out encampment sweeps. Remove police from all homelessness funding. If City Council approves the mayor's budget, they can rest assured that they will be replaced as soon as their seats are up for re-election. The LAPD's grip on city funds must end immediately for the sake of our city and the sake of our souls. The LAPD literally coined the term NHI, which stood for No Humans Involved, when referring to young Black and Latino males in the 90s. Defund the police and fund permanent supportive housing now. $382 million for housing, but $3.5 billion for the LAPD? We need services, not police, in our streets. We invest more resources criminalizing poverty than we do alleviating it. You've got orgs out in the streets who've been doing your jobs for years. Why is there no funding for these orgs in this budget? Fund LA Can. Fund K-Town for All. Fund Street Watch LA. We need real housing, healthcare, street services, holistic programs, and opportunities, not shelters and policing. Let's take that $8 million from LAPD patrols around the special enforcement zones and use that to fund programs that meet the needs of those living on the streets. LA cannot police its way out of homelessness. And I'd like to uplift something Speaker. Theo Henderson said to you earlier of We the Unhoused.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7306. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Carolina Goodman with the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles. We are strongly in support of the LA Justice Fund. The city has already demonstrated a commitment to the LA Justice Fund. The program has proven to be incredibly successful. All municipalities are struggling with huge challenges that the pandemic has presented. We want to underscore the importance of creating a budget that reflects the city's values. Prominent among them are a right to counsel and due process, as well as equity and justice. In addition to the double oppression that comes from over-policing by both law enforcement and immigration enforcement, immigrants of color have borne the greatest negative impact of the pandemic, which has been well documented. We need our elected leaders to redouble their courageous efforts to focus resources on these highest need communities and ensure that everyone is safely housed, cared for, and protected without exception, so that we all can be safe. Vaccine hesitancy among staff and detainees in Adelanto jeopardize the health of communities connected to them. This calls for swift action by government to stem possible COVID spikes. in order to ensure a right to counsel for Angelenos detained in Adelanto through a sustainable LA immigrant community defense program, Los Angeles City must step up to allocate a third of the program costs over the next 2 years, which would recognize the scale of the problem and the realities of removal deportation proceedings, which often last for years. The city must budget for a comprehensive and permanent program that will provide needed time and resources to effectively defend community members against deportation. Clearly, this calls for reallocation of funds from LAPD to services that would uplift our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8491, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Go ahead, speaker.
8491, *6, state your name and offer your comments to the committee.
Speaker, go ahead and hit *6, and you can begin. Okay, I'm afraid we'll need to move on to our next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0370, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Go ahead, speaker. You're muted. You need to hit *6.
Zero 0370.
Yeah, this is Carlos Montes. I'm with a community service organization in Boyle Heights. I'm also a member of the Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council, who last year passed a motion supporting the people's budget. I'm a senior, and I'm also on the Hollenbeck Park Advisory Board. I'm here to say, yes, we need to fund human needs, not the police. We support Black Lives Matter LA because they have supported our community in Boyle Heights when our young men have been killed by the Hollenbeck Police Station. We had 8 killings in 2006 to 2018. So I'm here just to emphasize that, yes, we need money for youth programs, human needs, the homeless, housing, etc. But I also want to put an emphasis in Boyle Heights. We're polluted, we're surrounded, we're overcrowded. We need more parks, space. We need more libraries. And if you look at Boyle Heights, you look at the Hollenbeck Police Station, the big, beautiful, modern facility, and across the street, we have an old, dilapidated, ancient library. So we support the people's budget. We need money for human needs, not for police. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8491, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
*8491, go ahead, please. Hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go on to the next speaker. This is the person that was not at their phone the last time.
Thank you.
Speaker with the last four digits 3403, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
This is Kim Isaacs. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say that it's really important and essential that you adopt the People's Budget LA. The money that you're spending, that you're budgeting for the city, is our money that we pay into our city. And we should be listened to when we tell you that this is how we want our money spent. It shouldn't be based on the mayor's agenda to fund the police. It shouldn't be based on what your agenda is. It should be based on what the people tell you that they want their money spent on. And what we have been telling you over and over again is that we want money for services for our community. We want less money spent on the police. We want to defund the police. It makes no sense that because of the violence that they showed us when we were protesting last year, that they're getting more money to be trained after they were instructed by the chief to give us more, to throw more rubber bullets at us. So in order to fix that, you need to take less money from them, not give them more. And we last year were promised by the mayor $250 million towards the Black community, the Black and brown community. And we never got it. What happened to that? I don't want that to happen again. I don't want any more promises made that aren't kept, because our communities are not getting better, and they won't get better if you keep giving money to police. They keep killing us over and over and over again without any consequences, which is why the police need to be defunded. I can't say that enough. It's not just Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. It's the survey that we created. It's the people that are telling you, this is what we want. This is what we need in order to feel safe, in order to have safer, better financed communities. We have parks that aren't being financed. We have Mark Ridley Thomas should be ashamed what he's doing to Lamert Park and that area. Should be ashamed for the money that he's forcing the vendors to pay that they've never had to pay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6022, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hey everyone, this is Danny from Streetwatch. I'm out here at Lamina McCoy right now, and I have a resident who would like to uplift his words.
Hello, my name is Alistair Daniel, and I have been living here on McCoy, Lamina and McCoy for about 2 years. And I just want to talk to, I guess, the politicians or whoever is in power who is making the decisions of having sweeps and pretty much you don't want to just listen to what we have to say. What you guys pass down directly affects the homeless people, which is me and a handful of others who live here on McCoy. It's rough. It makes not only that we're homeless, but it makes it even harder when we have to pick up everything that we own and move it from out of the area that we're living in. It's a lot, but I'm gonna try to pretty much make just a small statement here about how life has been and why it's getting harder and why it's gonna get harder if you guys keep implementing these bogus rules that you guys are passing down through the chain. If you guys would, I guess, do as what you're saying you're doing and not say one thing and do the other thing, which is you guys say you're building homes for the homeless or like housing for us. It's yet to be seen. And all these people who come down and who try to provide us homes and housing, it always falls through or something goes wrong or you have to restart your process. It's very few people who actually get into the homes or the housing that you guys say you provide. Now, with that being said, I don't know the budget or whatever, but there's like a lot of money floating around for the homeless people. It barely ever makes it to the homeless people, as you can see, because I've been out here almost 2 years, going on 3 years, and I'm not trying to get housing. I'm just trying to get a birth certificate so I can start working again. And that seems to be hard for LAHSA or whatever agency that I'm working with to do because I can't do it myself.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits. Speaker with the last four digits 1719. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth. I'm calling to support divesting from LAPD and investing in our communities. We need housing, we need healthcare, we need resources, not more policing.
whenever there has been times when I've actually been in need, like I actually felt like I actually needed the police, you know, what actually ended up happening is that they couldn't even help me at all. What ended up helping me was actually like my community, my family, and basically resources that they struggled, that I struggled to find. And I know I'm not the only one, because that happens all the time. I see it in community members who are far worse than I am, who have far bigger needs than I do. There are quite literally mothers on the street with their kids who can't find a fucking caseworker because the caseworkers are overworked. Yet you have more LAPD staff than you do caseworkers. So defund LAPD and actually fund shit for people, things that people actually need.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8491, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee. *8491.
Go right ahead, speaker. Dial *6 to unmute, please.
Hi, my name is Manar Jarban, and I'm a resident of CD10. I would like to reject the mayor's budget proposal and uplift the People's Budget and People's Budget LA. The people in Los Angeles have been calling to defund the police, and it's not just a catchy slogan, it is our demand. We need to reimagine what public safety looks like. LAPD has proved that no amount of reform or training can fix what the system was inherently built to do. Mayor Garcetti increasing the police budget by over $40 million is criminal. We need to divest money from policing and invest the money into our communities. We are in desperate need for permanent housing solutions and affordable homes, not sweeps and displacements. A third of the proposed housing budget is going towards sweeps, and displacement is violent. We need to stop criminalizing our neighbors. Over 60,000 Angelenos are unhoused, and the number is only going up, as many folks are struggling during the pandemic, especially Black folks and communities of color that are pushed out of their homes and communities due to the pandemic and rent increase. We want to see funds going directly towards Black communities and Black organizations that are doing the work that our city has failed to do. We need care, not police. We need to invest in mental health services, youth, education, environmental justice, public housing, public transportation, social services, job training, art and culture. A better Los Angeles is possible, but first we need to stop rewarding the most violent and murderous police department with our money. Safer neighborhoods don't have more police, they have more resources. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 2172, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, this is Dr. Robin Petering.
Good morning, or good afternoon, rather.
Thank you. I'm calling to comment on the budget and just say that this proposed budget, honestly, is incredibly disappointing. It's essentially exactly the same as last year, maybe even a little bit worse. And you all have had a full year, like all of this feedback, all of these demands to actually take action and change this budget, right? I work in homelessness services. I've been studying in LA for over 10 years. And we've heard from several city leaders right now that currently there is no housing, right? So there is no housing, and we have over 45,000 people living outside. The reason we have no housing is because we didn't invest in it 10 years ago, right? So that housing budget should be almost all of that pie chart, right? And, Eric Garcetti gets like a big headline with $1 billion investments, but all of those investments, like the majority is going into temporary and interim housing, right? And cleanups. So these are temporary solutions. like housing ends homelessness. That's what your city constituents want. But we also want the people's budget, and we want you to do that through defunding the police. So I hope that you all take action and really think about it, because I'm going to be here in 10 years, and I really don't want it to be worse. I want to live in a better LA, and I think a lot of people that are calling also want to do that. So please reject this budget and change it, fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8639, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, this is Matt, and I'm calling in to say that I think this entire hearing is a joke. You give 4 hours for public comments and you're not listening to any of it. Curran Price is playing Candy Crush on his phone. De Leon has been talking to someone the whole time, and I'm pretty sure Blumenfield was asleep half the meeting. You already know what you're going to do. You're going to go with the mayor's recommendations. You're going to increase funding for LAPD, not to fund it. You're not going to choose to spend those billions of dollars on the only actual solution to homelessness and crime, which is permanent housing and social services. And you're going to move on because that's the easiest thing to do. Did you really read those 200 department reports? Of course not. You're not going to listen to the hundreds of people who have taken their time today to sit on the phone for hours to get 2 minutes to speak to you. You're not going to read the written public comments. You're only going to listen to the homeowner associations that keep sending you angry emails about encampments near you and how they don't feel safe in Michael Moore's whining. None of them will ever be satisfied no matter how much money you give cops, because they waste hundreds of thousands of dollars sending 3 goddamn helicopters to a 200-person nonviolent protest and then move officers around claiming budget cuts. Why are you wasting everyone's day, including your own? You might as well cancel public comment and just take turns sucking Michael Moore's dick for the rest of the day. City Council is a machine. I hate every single one of you. Get fucked.
Next speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 3230, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello, honorable members. It's Paul Edelman with the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. We're so close to something so good with the wildlife pilot study. We urge you to keep those 2 positions that Councilmember Krikorian has recommended and possibly do more. It's really a now or never to close these gaps in the wildlife corridor in the Santa Monica Mountains, and it's essential to have the wildlife corridor ordinance move immediately with no time lapse if possible. Life with wildlife and nature is so much better, and we urge you to fund as many positions in the planning department as you can, but at a minimum the 2 that member Krikorian has put forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8112, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee. *8112, please dial *6, state your name, and offer your comments.
Speaker, if you're there, please press *6 to unmute right now.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Hi. Hi.
Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Danielle Lafayette. I'm born and raised in South Los Angeles. I'm a member of Community Coalition, and I'm also the founder of Unite a Nation. I want to have my son to speak. He is also born and raised in South LA, and I would like for him to speak to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay.
The mayor's proposed budget makes several investments toward our communities. I hope you continue to expand those investments. I am calling to express my concern that it is not acceptable to defer any of those investments by placing them in a lockbox for contingencies. We need to make those funds available immediately. To help our families in need of special interest are all programs related to women and children, senior meals and services, child care, small businesses, and nonprofit assistance. The city must take opportunity to invest in the hardworking families throughout Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 5746, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Alex Horner, and I live in District 10 with my family. I want to start by voicing full support for statements made by Hamid Khan, Richie Sergenko, Theo Henderson, and Gina Viola. I am one of the thousands and thousands of people who've been mobilized by the BLM LA coalition over the last several years, and I'm calling to urge City Council to adopt the people's budget. What I've seen from elected officials is a selective response to our problems in Los Angeles, and our elected officials saying one thing while doing another. After the uprisings last spring, Mayor Garcetti said we had to, quote, move from rhetoric to action to end racism in Los Angeles. But all we need to do is look at his budget to know how little interest he actually has in anything more than sound bites. What we are asking you for is a holistic solution to the problems we face, and that's what community leaders have built with the people's budget. They've done the work for you in our community. You have been given a great opportunity here to let this terrible time of crisis lead us to real change. The budget is a reflection of our values, and $8 million per day to LAPD isn't it? Giving tens of millions of dollars allocated to address our housing crisis to LAPD for sweeps and patrolling shelters on top of their already bloated budget isn't it? What happened at Echo Park isn't it? The people's budget is it. The time for incremental change has long passed. You know that defunding LAPD is the only path to fully funding the services that our community needs, that my small children need in order to grow up in a city that reflects our community values. On Monday, Councilmember Ridley Thomas tweeted the words of Bernice King that, quote, we need a radical redistribution of wealth and power. I agree wholeheartedly, and City Council can take big strides towards that by adopting the people's budget, defunding LAPD, and redistributing those resources into services. We need a holistic approach to the problems we face. We need more than rhetoric. Please adopt the people's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8047, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello, my name is Val Carlson. I'm with the End Homelessness Now Los Angeles campaign, which is a broad-based community group that promotes large-scale, permanent, supportive public housing and social housing as a solution to homelessness in Los Angeles. For the past 2.5 years, we have urged local governments to stop giving millions of dollars to wealthy developers, landlords, and bureaucrats and turn their vacant and underused public land and buildings into this kind of housing. Instead, the city is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on HH8 funded units that cost over $500,000 each, on temporary congregate shelters that can't be fully used due to the pandemic, on tiny houses or tool sheds costing over $100,000 each, and on tent sites in parking lots costing $2,600 per month. This is an outrageous waste when decent one-bedroom modular apartments could be built for $120,000 each and constructed in 6 months. The mayor's proposed budget gives way too much money to policing and way too little to permanent supportive public housing. It's time to slash the bloated police budget, stop the pretextual traffic stops that harass and kill people of color, stop using the police to tear down homeless encampments and persecute and criminalize unhoused people. Transferring an additional $1 billion from the police and into permanent public housing would yield 8,333 units of modular housing at $120,000 each. Do that every year until the end of the decade, and we will end homelessness in Los Angeles. Until we build housing on this scale, all we're doing is thrashing around in a bureaucratic quagmire that goes nowhere. As other speakers have said, there's no housing on the other side of even the temporary measures that they are doing at too small an amount. At the beginning of the meeting, you said you've already sent your budget recommendations to the CLA before today's public comments. Please update your recommendations based on what you've heard here today, especially from our unhoused neighbor. Theo Henderson laid it all out.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 0914, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Caleb Crowder. I'm an organizer with Ground Game LA and a proud member of the People's Budget Coalition. They are convening a meeting tonight at 7 that you've heard many folks talk about. We'd very much like to see some of you members there in attendance. The coalition engaged in an unprecedented amount of research in order to reimagine public safety and demand a budget that invests in the well-being of our communities. They were able to engage tens of thousands of Los Angeles residents who weighed in on how our budget should be developed. Those participants wanted investments in housing and food and healthcare and economic assistance and emergency relief and public transportation, libraries, parks, public works, the fire department, and a community-led safety model that invests in mental health care and harm reduction. What they did not ask for is, yet again, an unbelievable investment in over-policing of this city. Members of this body and the full city council was willing to take a meeting with members of Black Lives Matter and members of the People's Budget Coalition last year. They laid all of this out. They put their own labor, their own resources on the line to give you a model for how to do this and ask for a participatory budgeting process. Yet here we are considering yet another budget that is investing a grotesque amount of money into white supremacist policing violence, into temporary housing solutions that further displacement, criminalization, and militarized occupations. Please reject this budget proposal, meet with the People Budget Coalition, defund the police, invest in housing, invest in healthcare, and invest in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9008, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Adele Slaughter, and I'm a resident of Studio City, CD2. Thank you, Chairman Krikorian and committee members, for this opportunity to speak. I know you have a lot of critical issues to think about: the police, the homelessness, social justice, recovering from the pandemic, all important issues. And I would like to speak about our trees, our tree canopy. Today, climate change is at a crisis point. Without protective tree canopy, without an environment that cools the heat, and trees that help make breathable air for our city will become unlivable. We need green open space for our physical and mental health. Our mature trees are being cut down all over the city. Case in point, hundreds of trees at the Sunkist building and Sportsman's Lodge were needlessly destroyed. The mayor's budget must be increased to meet the moment and the city's urban forestry needs. Investments, which a recent study found make economic sense. For every $1 spent on tree planting and maintenance, urban trees can deliver about $6 in benefits. If we can't protect our trees, how will we continue to breathe? Thank you for considering the funding the protection of our urban forest in your new budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9587, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee. (9587), please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee. Mr. Chair, I'm going to go to the next speaker. Speaker with the last four digits 6911, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Thank you for allowing me to comment. My name is Kelsey Mendoza. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. While I'm a larger LA County resident, I, like many Angelenos, am affected by what happens in the city of LA. I went to college at Mount St. Mary's, and I'm a proud Angeleno. But I'm calling in support of all the organizations who have spent not just last year, but the past few years providing support that the city has fallen through on providing to the least among us. And instead
I urge you to veto the budget and accept what People Budget of LA have proposed. There is no reason why LAPD should account for 46% of unrestricted revenue. There is no reason why LAPD should account for 27% of the total budget when transportation only gets 2%, housing only gets 2%, and adding a parenthetical there, the allocation of that money isn't truly for housing. Libraries only get 2%, and parks only get 3%. And community investment, 0.36%. Just to add that up, that's 7.36% for things that we need more of compared to 27%. That's 3.6 times more than the things we really need. Thanks to Kenneth Mejia also for making the budget non-confusing so that the people of LA wouldn't be confused by Garcetti's misdirections. So many people, advocates, and activists with
Thank
more
you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 9587. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to committee. *9587. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments. Speaker with the last four digits 6653. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to committee.
Hi, my name is Ida Shuri, and I am a recent elected board member to the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council, but I am speaking in my personal capacity. I would like to speak on 4 points. First, I would like to state that, sorry, I'm catching my breath. I just ran back into my house.
No problem.
I'd like to speak on 4 points. First, I'd like to advocate on restoration of the 140 parks and rec positions that are being cut from the budget. Obviously, these are spaces for especially people who don't have the advantage of having yards and whatnot to have green spaces that they can visit and recreate. The second position I would like to take is to restore funding to the wildlife study or fully fund it. The ordinance was already passed unanimously. One thing I'd like to, for the board or the council to consider is that there's an enormous amount of carbon that is stored in our soil, and the continued destruction of our hillsides is also releasing carbon. And the increasing of asphalt and concrete in these communities, it's also increasing greenhouse gases and heating up our communities, as well as introducing more wildfire risk. The third thing I'd like to talk about is to fund the department to inspect oil wells and make sure also that there's funding for the removal of oil wells in our communities. The fourth thing I would like to discuss is I want to advocate that the city stop engaging and contracting with Palantir that has a history of surveilling Muslim Americans and using illegally gathered data to survey Americans. And I'd also like to object to any more budgets for helicopters. We have drones now that should be used, and to stop spraying jet fuel all over Los Angeles with the helicopters right now. And the department with the helicopters at LAPD has only one person of color working in it, and is known for sexual harassment. So please work on having more diverse.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 2799. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee. *2799. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Yeah, hi, my name is Joshua Raza from
I work at the Day Labor Center in Los Angeles. I just wanted to speak on uplifting the Day Labor Center. We're one of the few centers in the city that remained open throughout the entire pandemic, fully serviced, offering our services to our day laborers who are a core part of our city, of our community. A lot of them, a majority of them, undocumented. A lot of them, haven't been able to find work, and we provide service to give them food weekly, hot food weekly, and it's a lot of services that we need funding for every single year, where we find ourselves battling the city in retaining our funding, and more overall, we need to increase our funding at our Day Labor Center. Aside from that, I do support the people's budget. I believe that the police, historically are not productive, are violent, are murderers. They kill our brothers and sisters every day, especially our Black brothers and sisters every single day, and are met with no consequences, are met with paid leave. And to increase their budget just does not make sense. They should be abolished. They should be defunded. There's so many other countries in this world, other first world countries, have the lowest rates of murders from their police. So it does not make sense why a city like Los Angeles, that prides itself on being progressive, has police that murder people. It just does not make sense to me. But yeah, I'd say support the people's budget. You can speak out for the rhetoric you want. You can claim to be progressive. You can claim to be liberal. But it doesn't mean anything if you don't really support that with your actions or with...
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 6907. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Alberto Dominguez. I am a youth organizer with the Invest in Youth campaign and a 26-year-old who was born in the city. I support the proposed budget's $1.1 million allocation to create the city's first ever youth development department. This long overdue investment is the first step to creating a department that will serve the city's youth, especially those who have not been served and have been left out historically in the city. But there needs to be more long-term funding for this department moving forward, as $1.1 million will not be enough. While this first step is important, we must ensure that this youth development department creates a new vision for how the city serves, sees, and involves youth by making sure youth funding is held accountable, transparent, effective, efficient, equitable, holistic, measured, and most importantly, youth approved. I hope that these 8 new positions that have been proposed for the department include hiring young people, as youth decision-making and youth employment is something we want to see as values upheld by the department and in our city government. As this department was created with the intention of centralizing youth programming and resources throughout the city, we want to remind you that youth funding is still sprawled throughout the 26 departments in this entirely new proposed budget. And we hope that as the department is created, that funding and programming be moved into the department while collaborating with not only other city departments, but with community organizations, the county, and LAUSD as well. Young people are in need of enormous amount of support and resources, especially youth of color and youth from vulnerable populations during this pandemic, which has worsened the inequalities, injustice, inequities, and trauma young people have been facing since the foundation of the city. So I hope one of the first priorities for the department is to help the youth have been most impacted by the pandemic, which will be an equitable approach. We also hope this department also implements the ideas and strategies from the Youth Development Task Force report that youth organizers, youth advocates, though allies, and community members helped put together over the last year during the pandemic. Lastly, many youth know that our city's budget has not been prioritizing young people, especially youth of color, for a long time now. So we look at the numbers and see where most of the funding is going. Our city needs to do a better job representing the values the youth and community want to see in their city, as this new proposed budget and those of past years does not entirely reflect that. Thank you for making this first step, council members, and we will be working with you along this process to make sure all youth voices, youth needs, and youth leadership is not left out.
Thank you.
Speaker with the last four digits 0909. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Piali Teoclacti. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Linda. I'm a registered nurse here in Los Angeles. I want to start off by saying that police brutality is a public health crisis. Funding needs to be taken from police and spent in schools, spent on public health and housing. My 10-year-old daughter told me, Mommy, my school doesn't have a nurse. You should tell them you want to be a nurse there because we need one. I asked her what the school does when they get injured. She tells me they sit them in the office and give them frozen carrots to put on their wounds. Frozen carrots instead of ice packs. That is unacceptable. Money needs to go towards housing, public health. At one point, my daughter and I were houseless, couch surfing. During that time, I had developed many mental health problems and there were no resources available to me and my daughter. I am one person out of the many in this county whom have and continue to experience this. Defund the police and fund community services. Even today, I cannot qualify for housing or stable housing, and I am a registered nurse. So I can't imagine what everyone else is going through, earning minimum wage or earning nothing at all. That is a shame. That is an embarrassment that throughout the whole pandemic, people have been praising nurses. And here I am, a nurse working in the pandemic, and I can't even provide for my own daughter. Shame on you. I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9299, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hey, Joanna. I'm a low-income tenant, member of Street Watch. Silent majority, stuffing their faces with pastry. Children are dying in poverty, and fear lives in the land of liberty. Justice is a phrase of fantasy. I just want to say justice for whom and by whom. When we think about something like a justice budget, who's that justice budget for? That justice budget is for the wealthy developers in downtown, the bids and the CCEA, people like Hal Bastian, whose hand-wringing leads to more murderous criminalization of our disabled comrades, our drug users, and our families outside. This justice budget is for NIMBYs, even though Chief Moore himself admits to you there's no real connection between, crime connected to homeless services, crime connected to shelters, and yet he admits we got to keep the confidence of this silent majority. This is a justice budget for people like Caitlyn Jenner, who dog whistle with her wealthy neighbors in their hangar about how hard it is to have to see tents on the street, unhoused human beings. A real justice budget would be if you adopted the people's budget, as BLM has presented to you many times. Maybe this is a justice budget for those of you who historically have given 87% of our homeless budget to policing and enforcement. But we know that the broken windows policing that you keep trying to use, all of y'all with bids too, it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. Even LAHSA's own reports tell us that it doesn't work. So when I see more money for temporary housing, I just want to say shelters are not housing. Sheds are not housing. Shelter with policing and curfews is carceral. $35 million to homeless services and eviction defense, homeless prevention, $35 million in your budget. That's not enough for the 70,000 people outside and the 100,000 expected to hit the streets in the next year.
Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7494, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Tyler Goudreau, and I just want to uplift everything that the last caller just said. We need to defund the police and stop criminalizing homelessness. Increasing the police budget is only going to harm and perpetuate just toxic and harmful behavior to our people. So we need to defund the LAPD, and we need to defund all the police. And this budget that Mayor Garcetti proposes is not justice at all. It's not justice, and it's just the opposite of what the people have been demanding. We've done this over and over. Every caller has said that. We can provide more resources for mental health services. We can provide more resources for housing, which is the biggest crisis, human crisis this city is facing right now. So why not address it? Why not actually, not just talk about doing it, let's actually put funds into it to increase the budget for getting these people into permanent housing, getting these people resources to have job opportunities, uplifting our people instead of criminalizing them, which is what LAPD is literally meant to do. So increasing this budget is only going to criminalize homelessness people, our communities, put targets on Black and brown communities, and just give them more resources to harm righteous protesters. So I want to defund the police. Many people have expressed that. Adopt a people's budget. Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0305, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Oscar Alvarez, and I'm a lifelong resident of South Central LA and resident of District 8. I'm calling with Community Coalition and a supporter of the Make LA Whole plan. The proposed budget begins to make investments in communities, but truly it falls short to the reality of communities hardest hit by the pandemic. It is morally and ethically responsible for this committee and the city council to put millions into a lockbox for contingencies, all while communities of color are suffering. Therefore, we need to make those funds available immediately to make our families most in need feel supported. It is clear that housing is one of the biggest areas of concern for your constituents, yet you are still failing to prioritize funding for holistic resources informed by those directly impacted, for resources that properly address houselessness and create prevention resources for thousands of folks who are on the verge of losing their home. You must divest from LAPD and fund resources for family care, fund caregivers, children, and services for seniors. We need to invest in women of color entrepreneurs. We need to invest in youth programs and support Black and brown businesses who are being systemically excluded from grants and loans to survive. It is a shame that the mayor and other officials consider this the most progressive budget to date. Please do better. Families depend on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9799, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Hi, my name is Erica Ferriston. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I am the immediate past president of the Pacific Palisades Democratic Club and the director of Healthcare for All Los Angeles, a local chapter of a statewide organization. Thank you for creating this space to be heard on this budget. Really, the bottom line is, the gross overfunding of the LAPD and the extreme underfunding of basic needs such as housing, jobs, healthcare, and education in our Black and brown communities is perpetuating the caste system that dehumanizes and criminalizes our neighbors for simply surviving the desperate environment that has been created by this budget and past budgets. And so with all my heart, I implore you and your colleagues who are in positions of power to put an end to this caste system by rejecting the mayor's proposed budget and adopting the People's Budget Los Angeles by the Black Lives Matter Coalition, which divests from the police and invests in the care that is truly needed to create safe communities and thriving societies. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0475, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comment to the committee.
Hi, my name is Melina Abdullah, and I'm with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, and I'm just listening to all of these callers, hundreds of them, this time and last week as well, all imploring you to defund the police, Almost every single caller has used words like reallocate and divest, some actually saying defund, but they all mean the same thing: defund the police. You have an opportunity right now to be courageous. The mayor is on his way out anyway. Don't succumb to the LA Police Protective League that tries to bully and bribe you. Listen to the people who elected you and can elect others if you don't do what the constituents are asking. Tens of thousands of people have weighed in. You can hear more tonight. I know some of you are joining us as People's Budget LA makes its presentation tonight at 7 p.m. on facebook.com/BLMLA. We also want to encourage you to make the People's Budget presentation a part of the city process. Other cities like Seattle include this vital voice of the people in their budgeting process. Don't use words like participatory and reimagine without actually including and heeding the voices of the people who elect you and who can also unseat you. We want to be in partnership with this. We want to reimagine a new city that's built on the things that actually make us safe: housing and healthcare and good jobs and safe communities and mental health resources. You can do this. We want to help, but if we have to oppose you, we will. Please listen to the people, pass a people's budget, reject this mayor's terrible budget proposal.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 5333. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We can hear you.
May I ask a question to begin with? I would like to clarify. I'm hearing a lot of people say that $3 million or $3 billion have been allocated to the police budget. But my understanding when I look at I've only looked at the summary proposals, but it looks like it's 1.7 billion. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble hearing you, and if in fact, can we start the? I'm sorry. Let's start the clock over. Maybe get closer to the microphone, and I'm just going to let you know this is not question and answer session. So this is your time to speak.
Oh, well, my understanding is that it does look like, I just want to clarify because it looks like the police budget is proposed to be 1.7 billion, not 3 billion next year. And I want to congratulate you on this decrease in the budget, and that it seemed to have decreased it by 5% again this year, which is the right direction, but I do believe that more is needed. Police are the only agency that's funded in the billions, and I've looked at the LAPD strategic plan, trying to find data on efficacy, but it looks predominantly like PR, lots of photos of kids with police. Generally speaking, the police aren't very efficient. At best, they solve 50% of murders, 18% of property crime, and are generally very ineffective. When we look at the costs in terms of salaries, retirement, payouts for civil rights settlements and suits, cost to the community, the cost is very high. According to the LAPD's own data that they've provided this year, crime is down over 2/3 over the last 20 years, and each day in LA, only 280 crimes are reported, but we have 4,773 patrol officers working. And it seems like we don't need so many officers for the number of crimes reported. I think I speak for everyone when I say how disruptive the helicopters are. And I can't necessarily identify a proper justification for spending on another helicopter. I think someone had suggested using drones, which I don't love, but I would take over the helicopters any day. It makes our city feel like a...
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 2070. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello, council members. This is Lee Blumenfeld. Calling in on behalf of myself. I wanted to echo the recommendations by CFAC in terms of protection of our urban forest and much needed things, specifically for Encino and the Sepulveda Basin. It is an area of great concern that we get a ranger at the Sepulveda Basin. As many of you know, a lot of the basin was burnt down and it'll take decades to restore this natural habitat. Additionally, I look to the council members to go ahead and make a motion for a report back from committees, specifically addressing the gap in the municipal code enforcement issues of actually protecting our trees. It is imperative that not only that we spend money putting in the trees, but we protect the ones that we do put in and the existing ones. I suggest looking at Encino Neighborhood Council file from August 22nd, 2018 that fully explains the issues and how to go ahead and correct that serious deficiency. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 4502, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Go right ahead, speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
now we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So sorry. I'm calling on behalf of the Day Labor Centers. Before the pandemic, the Day Labor Centers were very important for the community. During the pandemic, the Day Labor Centers presented a unique response to the community. The way we were able to adapt in a fast mode to the needs, since food, since PPE, any needs like the mayor government or the mayor office couldn't provide at the moment. We were in the front line. We're still on the front line, and I can't say enough that we are very intrigued. Like we always been asking for the funding every year, and last year was a response to the reign of Trump, and this year is in a response of the pandemic. But I also urge you to put the labor centers to consider to have the labor centers in every single year as part of something needed in the community. In every budget as part of the community and increasing the money, and that's all I had to say. And thank you for your attention.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6354, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Alina. I am a high school case manager and youth advocate in support of the Invest in Youth campaign. First, I want to say defund the police. And the second thing is I strongly support the proposed budget 1.1 million allocation to create the city's first ever youth development department. This investment is the first step to fully funding a department that will serve the city's youth. I firsthand have seen the transformative power our Legacy LA program has had on our youth. Our youth are amazing and they deserve the first ever youth development department. So I want to uplift that. And I think it's really important. And I hope y'all are listening to everybody speaking because this is real. And, power to the people. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 3459, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Kendall James, and I'm a constituent in Council District 1. I'm calling to say that we need to defund the police and commit to rejecting the mayor's proposed budget. This is not a justice budget. It's far from that. For too long, our budgets have been unfairly weighted to benefit the police and punitive measures to community care. The People's Budget LA would allocate appropriate funding to vital services that uplift our entire community. We need care, not cops. Our neighborhood needs to invest in pandemic recovery, childcare, education, healthy food, public transportation, and environmentally minded infrastructure, not more militarized police. The homelessness is less than a third of LAPD budget. Of that amount, $9 million will be allocated to the LAPD to patrol shelters, and $57 million will be allocated to carrying out encampment sweeps. Sweeps are not services. They just push the problem elsewhere and really hurt people's lives outside. We need to remove the police from all homelessness funding, and we need to fund the housing department more. Take all of that money that you use to push people away and sweep people out and put it to public housing. This is not a participatory budget. The People's Budget LA would be a participatory budget, so don't use terms like justice when you don't really mean that. With that, I will yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7574, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee. Speaker with the last four digits 7574, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments.
Hi. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
good afternoon. Go right ahead.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Diana Molina. I am a community organizer with the Trust for Public Land. First of all, thank you, Chairman Krikorian and committee members for this opportunity to deliver remarks. As you know, I'm here to speak on the budget. I am asking that the Budget Committee to restore Recreation and Parks hiring authority for the 140 staff positions that were lost to early retirement during the pandemic. The inability to refill these positions of the Park and Rec staff will have a disproportionate impact on all communities in the city, but this will most significantly impact communities of color. I am most worried about the impacts that it will have in CD9. Through my work with the Trust for Public Land in South Los Angeles of transforming alleys into green alleys, we do this alongside a group of community leaders known as the Equipo Verde. And I get to witness how important parks have become, especially during the pandemic. And these cuts to these positions will have major effects. First, the majority of the positions that have been vacated are within the land maintenance program. When parks are not well maintained, communities do not feel safe accessing them. When parks aren't well used, they become places of unwanted activities, and further adding to that feeling of unsafeness for many of the families that won't get to thrive outside. Second, many positions listed are in the recreation programming section, and this often hires directly from the community. By not refilling these positions, we are also not refilling positions with good paying jobs with growth potential, and this is another major cut to the community and economic opportunity. Third, COVID-19 has obviously demonstrated that there are park inequities in the park system. Many people that had the opportunity to get outside during the pandemic and remain safely distanced. Many other people did not. Losing the ability to refill 140 positions will only further exacerbate the inequities in our own Los Angeles park system. So with this, your decision today is critical to ensure that in the coming years,
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8408, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Go ahead, speaker. 8408, please hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Speaker, are you there? If so, press *6 right now.
Mr. Chair, I will go on to the next speaker and come back to this one.
Thank you.
Speaker with the last four digits 0358. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
My name is Emilio. I'm from Boyle Heights. Today I will help my mom. My mom would like to inform you that the Spanish channel is not good because it's so delayed that Spanish speakers are not given a chance to speak. You move to the next speaker and they need more time. Isn't it weird that you have not heard from Spanish speakers? My mom and her co-workers rallied a lot of Spanish speakers. This sucks. Suspicious. Also, please defund police and protect Boyle Heights and all Black and brown communities. Gracias.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9204. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and begin your comment to the committee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Smith. What does it say about our politicians who continue to increase funding for the LAPD? Whatever your metric of community safety personally is, has the LAPD budget going up by 48% since Garcetti took office contributed positively to that metric? If the answer is yes, what does that say about your personal metric of community safety? If the answer is no, then what are you doing here today? As the LAPD budget has exploded in the last 8 years, so too has the houseless population. And budget conversations that don't think critically about how those two things are intimately related aren't honest budget conversations. There's a shelter program specifically, but a homeless strategy in general that is centered not on harm reduction and healthcare and safety for everyone, but is centered on the criminalization of poverty. For whom does that provide community safety when 4 houseless residents are dying every day? And if it's not about actual community safety for all residents, what's it about? It's quite obvious that it's been about the aesthetics of the aspirational shining city on the hill. The aspirational aesthetics are of business interests, of inflating the value of private property that help drive those business interests.
Thank you,
These
Speaker.
aspirational, excuse me. What?
Thank you, Speaker.
Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8319. Please dial *6 to unmute and offer your comment to the committee.
Go ahead, speaker. You need to unmute by pressing *6. All right, we'll need to move to the next caller, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0038. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, this is Tenacity, part of BLMLA, Turn Up the Street. And I just want to know what y'all gonna do, because the People's Budget LA has been presented and will be presented again. It's really essential that we have the changes that we need as Black and brown communities, as unhoused people, people who are on the verge of being unhoused, people that are underemployed, unemployed. Like, there's a lot of people hella suffering right now, G, and I just don't know why this justice budget, quote unquote, be ever being considered. It's not a humane budget. I've told you guys that before, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm hella serious about this. Are y'all hella serious about this? Because I don't think so. I really don't. And I would like to see your actions match what y'all trying to, assuage to make the people seem like y'all for them when y'all not really for them. Let y'all actions match what needs to happen. Like, I want to see in 10 years this city thriving. No Olympics, whatever. But we can't be doing that if we are funding police, because that's funding dehumanization. That's funding murder. That's funding hella surveillance on citizens that are living their lives. We don't need a spy state. We don't need a police state. We don't need 1984 to happen. We don't need no Orson Welles crap to happen. We need to live actual happy lives. The land of GU, world peace. That has to happen through our actions. Period. We can't be doing them disservice. I hope y'all reconsider. I really do. Otherwise, there will be consequences for y'all, and that's only on y'all. You know, that's not on us. That's not on the people. That's on y'all. So I really hope that y'all just, you know, do the right thing. Basically, I yield my time. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9587, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee. (9587). Moving to the next speaker. 0362, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Excellent. I would like to echo the many, many calls for a People's Budget LA. I am looking at the budget right now, and it's absolutely abhorrent that the police should be funded something like 10 times the amount that the housing budget has funding for. I mean, there's no part of this. I'm sorry. Let me start over and just say, my name is Eric Santia-Staven. I live in Sunland, Tahunga, a place where many conservative people like the police and really want more police. But there are homeless here, and there are unhoused down in downtown LA where I work. Tons of them, 55, 60,000 of them. And as people have said, they are dying in the streets. To have a budget that prioritizes the police, which have said time and time again that they cannot do very much for the unhoused, except do sweeps that we saw in Echo Park, that is really it's really something for the social workers, and to get them housing first should be prioritized. So why the giant budget for the police? If you could look at the People's Budget LA and consider their budgetary priorities, you know, that would be a true justice budget. I don't like thinking that I'm living in a police state here. I like to think that I'm living in a pretty progressive town. But when the budget is absurdly gigantic for the police and so small, and we have for housing, and we have so many homeless on the streets, something is wrong. You have to listen to everyone calling in. It's not just one particular type of person. It's people from all walks of life who are concerned about this exorbitant police budget. You know, you really, guys, you know, pull your heads out. Think about what the people are telling you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 7817, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Okay, I'm sorry. We need to speak during public comment.
Speaker,
Let's go to the next
we
caller.
can't understand. Yeah, go to the next person.
Next speaker.
Speaker with the last four digits 8317, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Tandiwe Abdullah. I just want to echo what everyone else has been saying in terms of how telling it is, this budget, the way that this committee is showing us that the lives of Angelenos just come last, apparently. We have tried time and time again for years to tell y'all, to tell other elected officials that money needs to be shifted away from institutions that harm our communities to more holistic, wellness-based, restorative programs and institutions. And time again, we just see that that's not where y'all's priorities are, even though your job is to serve the people, and this is what the people have been saying that we need. We're in a pandemic. We will probably never be able to recover. Many of the folks who have lost their jobs, who have lost their homes, who've had to pack up and move, and, their lives will never be the same, right? We need to be shifting resources to make sure that they are okay, like as people. We need to be making sure that people have access to healthcare, access to a vaccine, right? Access to jobs, access to housing. That is what we need. What does funding the police do other than put the community in harm's way? So again, I'm just really deeply disappointed in this budget, and I am urging you all to adopt the people's budget that we have put the time and effort into creating and going out into the community and getting. This shouldn't be our job, but it is. And so, yeah, that's all I have to say. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8892. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Hello, my name is Dejanay Parker, and I am calling to say that you guys need to implement the people's budget. The people are demanding for the people's budget. Personally, I unfortunately had to call the police myself.
Are you there, Speaker? Please continue.
I believe we lost that speaker. I'm going to go to the next one. Speaker with the last four digits 8429. Please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, it's Vanessa Bailey. I am a 30-year resident of CD10. I pay taxes. I'm a 14-year business owner in CD8. I pay property tax, business tax. I pay the city of LA for 3 police permits for my business. I urge you today to amend the mayor's budget. I want my taxes to be used for permanent housing to help my brothers and sisters living on the street. The mayor's budget offers a little, but it's not enough. Decrease the police budget and build permanent, not temporary housing. We demand transparency. Last year, the police budget was decreased slightly, but this year, the mayor is proposing an increase. Not acceptable. Focus on housing security, rent relief. Use the money now, not later. Amend the mayor's budget. Don't defer the money. Use it immediately to help our families in need, women and children, seniors like me, meals and child care for my grandchildren, help small businesses like mine and non-profit organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 1674, please dial star 6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Karina Curlew. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County, and I'm just calling in to voice my support for people's budget and not the budget that Garcetti put together that has no public input whatsoever, but claims to be a budget for the people. I am advocating for a people's budget and for the defunding of police in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriffs have earned themselves a defunding, not an increase in money. Their actions, their behavior is abhorrent. Flat out murder should be enough, but the violation of constitutional rights, the harassment of communities, the terrorism of communities is enough to warrant their defunding entirely. It is unsustainable for those taxpayer dollars for the general budget to continue harming our communities. It's unsustainable for you as local officials and for the public to continue on in uprising right now, albeit righteous uprising, but it's unsustainable for our communities to continue not having the resources that we need to thrive. It's unsustainable for us to keep getting murdered. So I implore you to adopt a people's budget. I implore you to think about your children's children, not just your children, but a future that is bright. And I implore you to do whatever is necessary to make sure that we just have a community that is funded with our taxpayer dollars and that doesn't continue to harm us. We don't need to reward LAPD and LASD for their abysmal behavior any longer. Defund the police and adopt the people's budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0963, please dial star 6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
This is Joseph Williams with Black Lives Matter LA, Students Deserve, and People's Budget LA. Calling to first say that it's really disappointing that you all are holding this session, even though we know that you've made recommendations already, and we know that many of you are not even listening to the folks who are here on hold for hours waiting to be heard by their elected representatives. It is extremely disappointing that so many of you continue to use progressive rhetoric, continue to use rhetoric about social justice, about caring about Black communities, about immigrant communities, about low-income communities, about LGBTQ communities, and yet you continue over and over, year after year, to sacrifice the interests of our communities, to sacrifice the voices and the needs of our communities for things that you think will help you gain or curry political favor. And we see that. We see that with Mayor Eric Garcetti, who has failed on so many accounts here in LA. But because he has continued to prop up the system, right, and the powers that be, and this police state, right, he's being considered for, an appointment, right? And we blocked him already. And we're going to continue to advocate for transformative changes, including, right, the complete defunding and abolition of the Los Angeles Police Department, because we absolutely know that these systems do not serve us. They do not keep our communities safe, and they bring immeasurable harm and trauma and abuse to our folks. I work with youth. I work directly with system-impacted youth, work also with folks who are families of folks who have been murdered by LAPD in your city, right? And these are folks coming from the communities that you claim to care about. These are folks dealing with the issues that you claim to care about, right? We have folks who are business owners. We have folks who are teachers calling in. We have folks who are youth. We have children, right? Minors who are calling in demanding that you all defund the police and instead invest.
Thank you, Speaker.
Anyone wishing to offer a public comment who has not already done so should dial star 9 at this time. We'll go next to speaker with the last four digits 8892. Please dial star 6 to unmute and offer your comments to committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay. I was cut off last time. I'm calling on behalf of BLMLA to to demand that we implement the people's budget. I have a family member who is suffering severely from mental health issues, who I just learned was in a domestic violence case. And unfortunately, I had no choice but to call the police because their apartment building had a security gate, and the police arrived and they did nothing to help me or my loved one. They actually left and said there was nothing they could do. So I do not understand why we are giving the police more money. I asked for them to call the ambulance, I asked them to call the fire department, anybody but the police. The only person they sent me was the police, and they did absolutely nothing, which I already knew they would not do, except for they harassed me, they frustrated me more, and I still had to find a way to help my loved one who had to end up getting hospitalized. So I really, really, really urge to pass people's budget. And Karen Price, I met you in person at a automobile shop, and you told me you're for the people. So please be for the people. We need you guys to help us. Like, we can't do it on our own. We're trying, we're doing the best that we can, but you guys are in a position to make it happen. So make it happen. This is your chance to make it happen. We're losing people every day due to this system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8319, please dial *6 to unmute. State your name and offer your comments to the committee.
Hello, my name is Ted Trembinski. I'm a resident of CD 13. My comment is just to adopt the people's budget, reject the mayor's budget, amend it, as so many people have called today. We'd like to see, especially long-term permanent housing, not temporary transitional housing for our homeless brothers and sisters. Definitely defund the police. You've heard it from so many people. I don't need to say any more. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 8408, please dial *6 to unmute. State your name and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Jason. I'm a resident of CD 14. I'm calling in to join the overwhelming chorus of people to tell you to adopt the people's budget and reject this false injustice budget from Mayor Garcetti. Last year, after the people's budget was presented to this council, Nuri Martinez said, quote, "It's not complicated, not rocket science. This is exactly how you reimagine neighborhoods." And yet, a year later, we've seen no substantial action from any of you to actually support what the city has and the people's budget has been calling for. Our feckless mayor lies, trying to pretend his budget's a decrease, but he's actually increasing the amount of money going to police, and you're silent. We're waiting for you to get it together to begin a pilot program for removing police from traffic stops, and it's been a year. Like, what is taking so long? We know 8% of LAPD calls are for violent crimes, so why are you continuing to fund a system that sends people with guns out to 92% of calls where a gun on their hip is a dangerous escalation and threat of death? You could take away guns from most LAPD officers tomorrow, and they would face less danger than they do from their own coworkers, and the people of our city would be drastically safer. The biggest threat to the lives of LAPD officers is their fellow officers. More officers have died from COVID in the last year than over the last 15 years in the line of duty. Despite being eligible for months, 50% of LAPD employees are vaccinated. Only 50, and only 6 got a first dose last week. I live blocks from the headquarters in downtown, and the amount of unmasked police I see every single day is abhorrent. Guns for the LAPD is not about officer safety. If you cared about officer safety, be enforcing mask requirements. But it's about showing and using the threat of violence against people in this city. So at what point will you all stop posturing and pretending you care about safety and the well-being of people and show us that you do by defunding and disarming LAPD and investing that money in the things that provide actual public safety and uplift our communities? Like, we see you acquiescing to LAPD's transparent ploy to turn their own failures and violence during last summer's uprising into a call for increased funding and training and a new bureau, instead of holding them accountable for the repeated failures. What we saw last summer happened in two.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 3875, please dial *6 to unmute. State your name and offer your comments to the committee. 3875, please dial star 6, state your name, and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Andrea. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrea Luna. I'm the community organizer at the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. I'm calling today to ask you to please restore the hiring authority for the 140 positions within the Department of Park and Rec. And the inability to refill these positions will have a disproportionate impact of communities of color. And first, we have the majority of positions that have been vacant from within the land maintenance program. When parks were not well maintained, community members don't feel safe accessing them. And when parks aren't well used, they can become places for unwanted activity, and they're no longer safe places. And we know, during COVID, parks and green spaces were safe spaces for communities of color. And we know that, COVID has demonstrated inequalities within our park system. Not a lot of people had access to parks. And losing the ability to refill these 140 positions will only further exacerbate the inequalities in Los Angeles park system. And the department's leadership has demonstrated a commitment to closing the equity gap in access to park space, but without the necessary staff to do the work, how will this work get done? How will these parks become safe? How will people be able to access green spaces in the middle of a pandemic? I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last 4 digits, 4145, please dial star 6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve King, and I'm with KYCC Koreatown Youth and Community Center. I'm calling to urge the Budget Committee and all City Council members to fully fund and fully staff the Civil Human Rights and Equity Department. I am very grateful to the City Council for creating this department. However, this department was originally designed to have 14 positions, and it today only has 5 full-time positions. While I am thankful to the Budget Committee for granting 3 additional positions, but that is less than 5 requested and far less than the 14 originally promised. Given the unprecedented rise in anti-Asian hate, our community needs additional investigators to stop discrimination in our city. If we are serious about equity, we must fully fund the city department with equity in its name. And we know that discrimination is a major problem in our city. And let's respond with the fully funded and fully staffed Civil Human Rights and Equity Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last 4 digits, 7724, please dial star 6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee. (7724), please dial star 6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Yes, hi. My name is Reverend Dr. Nicole Pollard. I am a resident of LA County and a pastor and a leader here in the community. And I'm calling to address 3 things. Number 1, we must amend the mayor's budget. The police department does not need any additional funding. We do not achieve public safety with more funding in our police department. You have heard the cries of the people who have called in. They have been listening all morning and all day, all afternoon. And to do anything other than what the people are demanding is a nefarious act of the committee. Number 2, more funding needs to go to supportive services for our homeless community, as well as mental health services and programs. And then lastly, I do also add that you need to fully fund the Human Rights and the Human and Civil Rights Commission. If we're going to achieve equity in this city, that committee needs to be fully funded. So please amend the mayor's budget. No more money to the police department. Number 2, fully fund, greatly fund, more funding towards services for the homeless community as well as mental health services. Number 3, fully fund the Human Rights and Equity Commission so that we can achieve equity here in Los Angeles. And again, anything other than what the people are asking would be a nefarious act for this community. And I hope that you are leading with a heart allowing me to speak today. Blessings.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 1223, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee. *1223, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Hugo Garcia, campaign coordinator for environmental justice with Esperanza Community Housing in South Central LA, and coordinator of the People Not Pozos campaign to permanently shut down oil and gas drilling at Alenco Energy in University Park. We're also a member of the Stand LA campaign. I want to make a comment in support of funding to move forward the phase out of oil drilling in LA, including both the amortization study and funding for planning department staff. Esperanza thanks your committee for recommending to invest resources to do so. It's so very important to residents, especially those most affected, living in frontline communities of color, that we move forward these efforts as our quality of life and health is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 4020, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee. *4020, please dial *6, state your name, and offer your comments.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. We can hear you now. Thank you. Good afternoon.
So sorry, I don't know how I was not getting through.
No problem.
Glad I got you. Hang on. So, hi, my name is Marty Abby Schneider, and I'm calling from DC4. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. I'm calling because I want you to reject Garcetti's budget and support the people's budget, please. At the very least, even if you don't support the people's budget, amend Garcetti's budget. Defund the police. I do mean divert. I do mean divest. But please, defund the police. The most important part is that money goes away from this bloated and corrupt department. Ideally, it would go to housing, mental health services, social service, but literally any other area people are calling in about would be preferable to the LAPD. Over the summer, I spoke to former Councilman Rue's office, and I was given a line about, so much of the money is tied up in pensions. The police have to be funded this much. And I say that is not a good enough excuse. No, they don't. That is not good enough. This is your job. Find a way to really defund the police and uplift the communities they terrorize instead. And I understand if this is boring to you. Calling is certainly boring to me, but it's your job. And if you're bored by this, maybe it shouldn't be your job. And we will correct that the next election cycle. All right. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9485, please dial *6 to unmute, state your name, and offer your comments for the committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Socorro with Social Matter Recovery System. I'm also a member of Friends of Hollenbeck Park. We are a group of around 25 residents advocating for Hollenbeck Park improvements. Few of our group members that called today do not get instruction in Spanish. Neither there was no instruction on how to speak using YouTube. You just can listen. All of this to say that the monolingual Spanish speakers were excluded to participate and provide the public testimony. However, on their behalf, I'm here to ask the Budget Committee to restore Recreation and Parks hiring authority for 140 staff positions that were lost to early retirement during the pandemic. Majority of these positions are maintenance staff. It may help you, but it's going to affect our communities. We already have a lot of public health issues as people defecating in public, accumulation of trash, misuse of restroom. We understand that sometimes cuts are necessary, but never at the expense of public mental and physical health. So please, before you make any permanent decision, please consider the safety, well-being, and health of our communities. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. De Leon.
I was just wondering, just one quick question. I know that we got numerous calls with regards to perhaps some of the technological issues with regards to Spanish-speaking callers or trying to call in. Do we have a technological glitch perhaps right now? Or a technical glitch, I should say.
Not that
Can
council, you won't know as chair. Maybe
can someone
staff can figure it out.
Can someone in council chambers please verify that in fact the Spanish translation of this broadcast is going out and that interpretation is available for any caller who needs it?
Yes,
Yeah.
we did confirm with our systems staff that the SAP broadcast is working properly through the city's website.
So yes, Councilman, everything seems to be functioning the way it's supposed to.
So there were multiple expressions of concern about not having instructions, apparently in how to access the interpretation. Can anyone speak to that?
We are following the same process that we do for the city council meetings. The broadcast is in Spanish, and so if Spanish-speaking callers are listening on the SAP version, they would be getting the full translation on how to call in, what to press if they're called to speak. So it's all working properly, and it's the same process we use for the city council meetings.
And Channel 35 has just confirmed that the Spanish translation is working fine, going out.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm not on Channel 35, obviously we're on Zoom together. Okay, I guess we'll move forward. We'll try to figure this out then, but thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Thank you for checking. All right, let's go to the next caller, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 0408, please dial *6 to unmute and state your name and offer your comment for the committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, just checking. Hi, my name is Natalie. I am calling to uplift the people's budget and uplifting defunding the police. The way that the current budget is set by the mayor, it does not serve the people. And the budget should be and is intended to serve the community. The community, as we have heard on this call, are crying out for services, are crying out for proper funds to be allocated for community resources. Several callers are calling about parks, calling about mental health, homelessness. Not enough funding is going towards these services. The budget is astronomically swayed towards the police. This is not a police budget. This is for the community, it's for the people. And police, as they claim that it's for public safety, they are not keeping us safe. The community helps keep us safe. Resources keep us safe. Police are getting away with murder, and that is not safety. So again, I am calling to uplift the people's budget, and I am calling upon the defunding of the police. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 9842. Please dial *6 to unmute. State your name and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi, my name is Jackie Rodarte. I'm calling in behalf of People's Budget LA, not on behalf of them, but to support them. I'm just going to repeat what everybody else has been saying, something that you know, I know, the mayor knows, we all know. At this point, you guys are just playing stupid, and you're letting people die on the street to fund a corrupt police department who uses excessive force, who doesn't care about the community that they are quote-unquote protecting. Really what they're doing is just criminalizing our communities further. There is no need for them to have that much money when there are people who are dying on the street. Shame on all of you. I don't understand how this gets passed all the time. I'm angry. We're all angry. And if you think that this is just going to go away and we're just going to keep quiet and we're not going to fight for it, you're wrong. So I really hope that you guys are doing your fucking job and start working for the people that you're supposed to be working for. I yield my time. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 3744. Please dial *6 to unmute. State your name and offer your comments to the committee.
Hi there, my name is Houston, and I live on the west side, and I would just like to say that the council should consider the people's budget. Looking at and listening to all the comments online and what people have said calling in, and even here in my own community on the west side, there's so much that needs to happen, right? We've got tents all along the streets around here, outside of our parks. We've got, even parks that aren't open, the park. We need more funding to these programs, not given to police who have brutalized folks during protests, folks who, an agency that wants $67 million more after protest when, we've still got a housing crisis. So I think that the people's budget should definitely be considered. And, again, as a longtime resident, first-time caller, those are my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 6176. Please dial *6 to unmute. State your name and offer your comments for the committee.
Hi, council members.
Good afternoon.
My name is Philip, and over the course of the pandemic, one block of Skid Row went from 4 tents to 40. I've been speaking with those folks that have set up shelter there, and each individual has a unique reason why they are unhoused. But just one reason that could have kept most of them from ending up unhoused, and that one reason is definitely not police, let alone more policing, as the mayor's budget seems to think is the course of action that's required. During the pandemic, as a volunteer for Poland Pantry, I firsthand seen how food insecurity has devastated families and children here in the richest city in the world. A failing service that eats up half the city's budget is a waste of tax dollars. One example that sticks out in my mind is the one time the police officers showed up at the hotel room of a mom with 4 kids who has been threatened to be kicked out multiple times during the pandemic to the streets. He showed up with a frozen turkey, and it's a hotel room. There's no kitchen. And he gave her canned foods, but no can opener. It was the community that came, took the turkey, took the canned food, cooked it for them, and then gave it back to them. It wasn't the cops. And that's like a mild example of how the cops fail, besides the continued murder of LA residents. My point is, the mayor's budget is a moral failure. Tax dollars need to go to services, not police. Defund the police. Please adopt the people's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Speaker with the last four digits 5754. Please dial *6 to unmute. State your name and offer your comments. Mr. Chair, that speaker actually just dropped off the queue, and there are no further speakers.
All right. Well, thank you very much to everyone who called in and participated in today's session of public comment. This is in addition to the public comment that we took at the beginning of this hearing. And in addition, I participated, and I think each member of this committee participated in one or more of our listening sessions that we had around town. So all of the public input that we have received is appreciated, and we very much appreciate the participation of all of you who took the time to do this. And I know it's difficult in the Zoom environment, and I apologize that it's more complicated perhaps than it needs to be. It's the nature of the environment that we're living in right now, unfortunately. But do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Members, does anybody have any comment to make before we wrap up for today's session? All right, then we will now be, 1 second, please. Okay, we will now be in recess until May 14th, beginning at 1 p.m., when this committee will resume its consideration of the mayor's budget, May 14th at 1 p.m. And until then, thank you very much, members. Thank you to all the members of the public who participated. Thank you to our staff for making this meeting possible. We are in recess until May 14th. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.